My theme for these sessions is going to be on the material and spiritual worlds. This, of course, is an alarmingly abstract kind of subject, and one might well approach it saying to oneself, I'm not going to understand this. It's going to be some abstruse philosophic thing. That may well be true, but with a little bit of luck, as we proceed during these 4 sessions, it'll become somewhat more concrete, somewhat less abstract, and its relevance to the 5-year plan will become even more apparent. The 5-year plan, of course, is in its dying stages to conclude at Rizwan 2011, but I understand on good authority that the House of Justice is quite relentless and that it is preparing, and may well have distributed already, a very lengthy message to the members of the Continental Boards of Councillors gathered at the World Centre at this time in preparation for the next 5-year plan commencing at the forthcoming Rizwan. Let me now proceed to my subject. As we are all aware, we find in creation a material world of sense perceptions which we can measure by instrument or by banging ourselves on the table or anything like that, and it is subject to scientific inquiry. The world of the senses of various kinds, the world that is measured by instruments of a variety of types. We who are Baha'is and those who follow other religions of the world are also aware that there is another world, and that we're living in that other world at the self-same time, the world of spiritual forces known by their effect and creating a spiritual world of values and entities. So it is that we human beings at this stage in our creation dwell simultaneously in 2 worlds, the material world and the spiritual world. We also know that any actions we take are actions in those 2 worlds, and that the actions we take have an effect in both worlds. In some instances, this effect is fairly predictable and fairly well known to followers of religion. For example, take prayer. Prayer is an action in the material world. You take the book, you open it up, you find the right page, and you recite certain words. A materialistic perspective would say that's all it is. Person in an empty room whispering things. But we know from our knowledge that there are 2 worlds, spiritual, material, that this prayer can, if it is recited with devotion and attention, that it has a spiritual effect. It has an effect which involves spiritual powers. So any action we take has both a material and a spiritual consequence. In most cases it's fairly predictable, but in some cases it is unpredictable. And the main purpose of my presentations at the summer school is to share with you my understanding of the interaction between the material and spiritual dimensions of creation. As I say, in most cases it's fairly obvious and we don't need to get too excited about it, but in other instances it's very strange. And I want to give you 3 examples of strange phenomena which arise from the interaction between the material and spiritual dimensions of creation. There are, of course, many possible examples. Most of them are exaggerated or there's some kind of pious fraud or something like that. But I want to suggest to you 3 examples which are very strange and which are well documented in reliable Baha'i literature. Okay. That's not one of them, that's something else. The first of these 3 is mentioned in the Kitab-i-Iqan. And in it, Baha'u'llah refers to the fact that when the time approaches for the appearance of a manifestation of God, a sign appears in the visible heaven as well as the invisible heaven. In other words, what he says is that a star will appear in the heaven, in the visible heaven, upon the sea, heralding unto the people the advent of the most great light. This, I want to suggest to you, is extremely strange. What I get from it is that when a manifestation of God is about to appear on this earth, a visible sign appears in the heavens. We can take it all spiritually very easily without getting bent out of shape, but Baha'u'llah points out that it also has a material meaning, a star in the visible heavens. And of course, those of us who've survived the Christmas carols of the last few days have been inundated with all this thing and the 3 wise men following the star to Bethlehem. That happened 2,000 years ago. There's a lot of controversy about what it meant and whether it really happened and all the rest of it. We can ignore all that. We have Baha'u'llah telling us in the Kitab-i-Iqan that this phenomenon occurs authentically in the visible as well as the invisible worlds. And it's very strange. What we might ask is the connection between a manifestation appearing on this planet, on Earth, and a star appearing in the visible sky. What is the mechanism connecting these 2 events? And how does it all relate to astronomy and to the accuracy with which the movement of celestial bodies is predicted nowadays with computers and the like? That's one of the strange things. Another strange thing of the interaction between the material and spiritual worlds occurs in Dawnbreakers. When the Bab is escorted as a prisoner of the regime and taken up towards Azerbaijan, and he's in Urumia as a so-called guest of the governor of Urumia. And you may remember the description of what happened in Dawnbreakers. The prince decided he wanted to humiliate the Bab, and so he instructed his groomsmen to bring the Bab a wild horse that had never been ridden before, and his anticipation was that they would bring this wild horse to the Bab would try and ride it, be thrown off the horse, everybody would laugh, and it'd be a subject of ridicule. Okay. It's either somebody breathing deeply or it's a telephone. And you find in Dawnbreakers what happened was that as soon as the horse was brought to the Bab, he quietly approached it, taking hold of the bridle which the groom had offered, gently caressed it, and placed his foot in the stirrup. The horse stood still and motionless beside him, as if conscious of the power which was dominating it. This is a very strange phenomenon. It is a very strange example of the influence between the material and spiritual worlds, and that influence extending to an animal, which, as we know, does not have a spiritual nature. The third strange phenomenon, which I offer as an example of the complexity of the relationship between the material and spiritual worlds, occurs also in Dawnbreakers, and again I'm sure you're familiar with it, at the time of the martyrdom of the Bab in Tabriz. Nabil records in the following: "The very moment the shots were fired, a gale of exceptional severity arose and swept over the entire city. A whirlwind of dust of incredible density obscured the light of the sun and blinded the eyes of the people. The entire city remained enveloped in that darkness from noon until night." Again, an example of the interaction between the material and spiritual dimensions of the creation. This heinous crime of the martyrdom of the Bab, putting to death the manifestation of God, gave rise, it seems, other than that of being an incredible coincidence which stretches credulity, that it gave rise to this weather phenomenon in the city of Tabriz. We say to ourselves, what is the connection? What is our concept of creation that embraces a connection between two such apparently diverse events? My purpose this morning is not to attempt to dissect these three examples, but simply to offer them as indications that we are today plunging into a complicated and rather difficult subject, which is the foundation of our religious belief. As believers, we believe in the existence of the spiritual and material dimensions of creation. They're important to us. One could follow up these examples that I have offered you with innumerable other examples. One of the ones that I find very intriguing is the statement of Abdu'l-Baha in the Tablet of Purity, in which he says, even in the physical realm, cleanliness will conduce to spirituality, as the holy writings clearly state. I find this as mysterious as the others. Why is it that my being clean has an effect upon my spirituality? Surely one would argue that they are irrelevant, that whether I'm clean or dirty should have no effect on my spiritual condition. And such an argument is invalid, because Abdu'l-Baha says that cleanliness will conduce to spirituality. And of course we have the various laws of the Kitab-i-Aqdas which develop that theme somewhat further. Another mysterious example of the interaction between the material and spiritual worlds is the concept of Huququllah, which in its basic form is that we have a right of God which we owe to God of our surplus income minus necessary expenditures, and that our observing the duty to pay Huququllah, provided it is done under the appropriate conditions with joy and radiance and the like, that it will attract great spiritual blessings to us. Again, there's a sense of mystery to it. Why should it be that my handing over 19% of my surplus income minus necessary expenditures should have an effect on my spiritual development and my blessings? How does this differ from a very crude approach to buying one's way into the kingdom of God? What is the difference? These are all issues that derive from the exploration of the relationship between the material and spiritual dimensions of creation. My purpose in presenting these sessions at this summer school is ultimately to address two issues pertinent to it. One issue is, how can we steer a course of conduct which maximizes our spiritual development while we are living in these two worlds? We know that this stage of existence, as we progress through the worlds of God, that this stage of existence is characterized by our living in the material and spiritual worlds simultaneously. Given that being so, how can we maximize our spiritual development? By steering an appropriate course of action during this phase of our existence. There are obviously some very obvious things to do, to be nice to people and not tread on small children or kick the cat or anything like that. But there are obviously a lot more subtle and complicated things which are necessary for us as we steer the course of our lives. That's one question. The second question is, how can we internalize our perception of reality of the spiritual dimension so it becomes as real to us as the material forces? The material forces are real to us. If I were to take this watch and drop it, which I'm not going to do because it's my only watch, but if I were to do it, it would fall downwards, wouldn't fall upwards. I wouldn't stop and say, well, let me say, okay, what's the law of graduation and of gravitation and F equals mg and all this kind of stuff? I would naturally assume, without a moment's thought, that if I nudge this thing off the lectern, it'll fall downwards. I have totally internalized the concept of the law of gravitation that becomes part of my life. Likewise, parents instruct little children not to put their hand on the hot stove because they'll burn their hand. And it becomes a natural part of one's knowledge. The child doesn't have to sit and think and work out a whole bunch of equations of the heating of organic matter, knows that the hand will burn. It's become internalized. It's natural. You know it without thinking about it. And the question I pose is, how can we, in the course of our lives, develop a consciousness which makes it natural to us to know what are the spiritual forces and how they operate in the world, so we steer the appropriate course of action as an automatic part of our behavior. Now, before I proceed, I want to take a diversion. And what I want to do is to take a detour and look at the conventional views about this subject of the relation of the material and spiritual worlds, the conventional view in the world around us. In other words, what I'm saying to myself is, what do most people think about the relationship between the material and spiritual worlds? I say this because we are unconsciously affected by what most people think. We pretend we're not, but in fact we are. I have divided my analysis of what most people think into three categories. And obviously there are generalizations in so doing, and you can think of a fourth category, and why did I mention that, and so on. The broadest category, unfortunately, at the present time, are those who ignore the existence of the spiritual dimension of creation. We live at this time in what is largely a world of people who accept only the material dimension of creation, who give no credence to the spiritual dimension of creation, and even if they do, they regard it as totally irrelevant to day-to-day life. They ignore the existence of that spiritual world. This sense of paying no heed to it is reinforced by peer behavior, by the media, and by social commentators. Our perception of the interaction between the material and spiritual worlds is far different. For example, it seems to me that one of the central themes of the book Promised Day Is Come is that Shoghi Effendi takes the tablets of Baha'u'llah to the kings and religious leaders and relates their rejection of his claim to their fate in years that followed. One of the things that happened was that Napoleon III was defeated by the Germans at the Battle of Sedan and lost his kingdom and went off into exile. We know this to be the fundamental cause of his defeat because it is so stated in the writings of the faith, including statements of Baha'u'llah. Now, if you're a poor student doing an essay in history and you put down that the reason why Napoleon III lost his empire was because he rejected Baha'u'llah, you may want to choose another course of study because they're going to be very quickly throw you out of this one. There are lots of other things in the writings of the faith where the Baha'i concept is radically different from the materialistic concept of the world around us. Our concept of what's happening in the world today is governed by our model of two processes of decline and growth, as described by The Guardian in Unfoldment of World Civilization. This is quite different from the analyses prevalent in the world around us, analyses of the contemporary events in the world. One of the most striking comments of Shoghi Effendi in the latter pages of Adam to Divine Justice is where he refers to the American nation and people being moved by forces they can neither comprehend nor control in the evolution toward the spiritual destiny of America. This is an alarming statement. If you take some red-blooded right-wing American and say, you know, your nation is being moved by forces it can neither comprehend nor control, you'll find he or she will be somewhat upset at you for even daring to suggest such a comment. But it's part of our writings. It is a derivative of our perspective that's a non-materialistic perspective of creation. So one category are those who ignore all this spiritual stuff, it's all about superstition and vagueness and the like, and who proceed with the material perception of creation and make their decisions accordingly. Second category are those who think, well, there is something there, but I'm not sure what it is, and it's certainly not in Orthodox religion. And there's a fair number of such people. They believe that there are spiritual forces at work in the world, but they're not confined by religious teachings. You find in many instances these are people who subscribe to ritual practices, who have superstitions, or who put a great reliance on lucky charms and talismans. You find, for example, if you read interviews with some sporting figures, they say, I never will go on the field without my rabbit's foot or my favourite item that I had as a child, which brings me good luck, and without it I won't be successful in the match tomorrow. So all kinds of things exist in our society where people put great reliance on practices which are essentially superstitious because they believe there is something there, better not fool around with it or will get into all kinds of trouble, follow it very slavishly, although it's not part of an organised system of religious belief. The third category are those who are part of an orthodox religion. Again, of course, there are a wide variety, but what I have concluded in looking at this subject, that a lot of the followers of the mainstream religions of the world regard the material and spiritual dimensions of creation as antagonistic. In other words, either one or other. If you want to be spiritual, don't get too involved in material things. If you get very much involved in material things, then the penalty is that it will be a barrier to your spiritual development. So you find in this category of orthodox religion or conventional religion, there is confusion between material possessions and materialism. Somebody who has lots of goods and big air-conditioned house and drives a Rolls-Royce or a Cadillac or something like that must be materialistic. We associate one with the other in an invalid way. In some instances, the followers of conventional religion look with distrust upon engagement in business and commerce. They say, don't get into that, it'll make you unspiritual. It'll take you away from the spiritual purpose in life. And you find occasionally you read the biography of an individual who was very successful in, say, business and commerce, but consciously chose to withdraw from it as an approach to becoming so-called spiritual. Again, a reflection of a worldview of antagonism between matter and spirit. I have met a number of people who regard the use of modern technology and labour-saving devices as something that is unspiritual. It's better to live the way people used to live in the 18th century or earlier, because that's more spiritual, because you have various Christian denominations that are like that and are trying to recover the spirit of the early Christian faith through their abhorrence of modern technology and modern devices. There are those who associate spirituality with impracticality. I remember when I was a student at Sydney University, a group of friends of mine came to me one time during the long vacation. I was still at university doing something, and they said, we want you to meet a friend of ours. He's very spiritual. That's very interesting. Sydney University is not known for that, but anyhow. So I said, how do you know he's very spiritual? And they say, well, he spends all day in his room looking at a lighted candle. And by their definition, he must be spiritual, because somebody who engages in an impractical form of behaviour like that, by definition, has rejected a lot of material things and therefore is spiritual. And I don't tell you this story in a spirit of looking down on those who gave it to me, but rather as an example of a prevailing way of thought. You find also that a number of people who claim to be spiritual distrust logic and rationality. It's either the province of the devil or it's something designed to take you away from the spiritual dimension of creation. So all of these things are phenomena within humanity struggling, often within the confines of organized religion, struggling to resolve the question of the relationship between matter and spirit. There are obviously extreme forms. The Shias at Ashura who self-flagellation, who beat themselves with whips and draw blood on their back, do so not only as a means of identifying with the sufferings of the Imam Hussein and his companions, but also as a means of spiritual development, to mortify the flesh, to subject oneself deliberately to pain as a means of getting away from the material world and therefore becoming more spiritual. The concept of celibacy in religious terms has these underlying perspectives on it of having abandoned any thought of sexual conduct as expressed in conventional religion, regard that as a means of becoming even more spiritual than the run-of-the-mill. And of course, the view in a number of religions that one should withdraw from the world to live in a monastery or a cave or some secluded setting as a means of spiritual development is quite established. If you look at the history of medieval Christianity as well as Hinduism and Islam and other religions, you find there was the attraction to withdrawal to the desert, cave or monastery as a means of developing oneself spiritually. Again, a reflection of this apparent antagonism between matter and spirit. So much for the conventional view. That was a detour. What we want to do is to get back on the road and proceed the direction in which we wanted to go, and that is to examine the Baha'i teachings on this subject of the relationship between the material and spiritual worlds. What I want to do this morning in the remainder of this session is to enumerate certain what I regard to be underlying Baha'i principles. What this means is that you'll come to the end of this session hungry. So he never got to it. All he did was set out those principles. So what? This is a cheap way of getting you to come back tomorrow. Because tomorrow, those of you who can still remember what we did today, tomorrow we will be able to start putting the thing together in this so-called magnetic principle of Abdu'l-Baha, which will draw upon these principles I'm going to discuss today, and the following day we'll add time to the dimension of it, of the development over time, and the final day we'll add space in terms of the development in the social context. So, let me now take the remainder of the time allotted to me this morning to set out what seemed to me to be the relevant Baha'i principles. There's 8 of them. You might say, why aren't there 9? The answer's very simple. I couldn't think of any more. The first of these 8 is the statement, and these are that I think many of them are familiar to you already. There's nothing terribly novel about that. is our writings, as I understand it, tell us that man is a spiritual being with two natures, a spiritual nature and a material nature. As Abdu'l-Baha explains, in man there are two natures, his spiritual or higher nature and his lower or material nature. In one he approaches God, in the other he lives for the world alone. And Abdu'l-Baha tells us that our purpose in life is to develop our latent spiritual attributes by which we attain a knowledge of God, and we carry out the worship of God by revealing the excellence of his handiwork. All of that seems very straightforward and the like, but in fact it is somewhat revolutionary. We don't believe in the doctrine of original sin. We see man as not purely of a spiritual nature, but also having a material nature. We are capable of doing dreadful things to each other, horrific tortures and paedophilia and all kinds of horrors human beings inflict upon each other. The material nature is not to be ignored. But we also have a spiritual nature, a capacity for good, a capacity to reach out beyond ourselves, to transcend our innate nature, to do wonderful things, things that are heroic, things that are inspiring to those who come after us. But we have the two natures and we must struggle with one against the other. And of course, as part of this is the fact that we are here with a purpose. Our purpose is not simply to play golf every afternoon or to go out on the bay every weekend or anything like that. We have a principal purpose in life which we are expected to fulfill before life passes us by. That's the first one. Second one is a little more messy. My understanding is the writings tell us that the material world is for our training. It's not intrinsically evil. If it were, then fine, flee the world, get away from it, go off and live in a cave or a monastery, and get away from daily commerce and the like. But our writings tell us that the material creation is here for our training. The passage in writings that say, I have ordained for thy training every atom in existence and the essence of all created things. Abdu'l-Baha says, in creation there is no evil, all is good. And he says that desire is a praiseworthy quality provided it is used suitably. We do not seek the extinction of desire, but rather its channeling into constructive ends. That's all very well and good. So far it makes sense. That we are here plunked down in this material creation, it's here for our training. But now comes a little problem. The little problem is this, that the writings tell us, and it looks like a horrible contradiction, the writings tell us to free ourselves from the bondage and corruption of the world. Now, good. Now we have a little problem. It was just what I wanted at that time. We have a little problem. Here we're saying the creation is for our training to develop us and the like, and we say, yes, thank you very much for telling me that. Now we seem to have said the opposite. Now we seem to have said, and it's a quotation from the writings, free yourself from the bondage and corruption of the world. And one reacts by saying, please make up your mind. Either the world is there for our creation, in which case I'll plunge into it and try and make the best I can of it and develop myself spiritually, But on the other hand, you're telling me that I should free myself from the bondage and corruption of the world. How can we resolve this apparent contradiction? Fortunately, it is resolved for us in the writings, in gleanings, because Baha'u'llah goes on to explain what he means by the passage, the world. He says, by the world is meant your unawareness of him who is your maker and your absorption in aught else but him. So Baha'u'llah is saying to us, when I tell you to free yourself from the world, what I'm telling you is to free yourself from unawareness of God and from being absorbed in anything other than the fulfilling the divine will. So it fits together. We should live in this world, we should participate in its events and its development and the like, but don't get carried away to the point of becoming so absorbed in it that you neglect your spiritual purpose, your awareness of God, the like. And of course, one can see this occurring. People get caught up in the events of the world. It becomes the end in itself rather than the means to fulfilling a higher purpose. So, 2 down, 6 to go. We still have time. First was the nature of man. Secondly, the nature of the material world. Third of the 8 points is that our concept of the role of the human being in developing himself or herself spiritually involves practically involving oneself in all dimensions of life. In other words, our concept of the spiritually developed individual does not involve remaining aloof from the practical events of life. I say this because you find passages in the writings where the writings tell us that the role of humanity in this dispensation is to develop cities and countries. And overall, that our purpose in this dispensation is to carry forward an ever-advancing civilization. Well, you're not carrying forward a civilization if you're going off to live by yourself in a cave or in a desert. So our concept of the spiritually developed individual is of a person who involves himself or herself in the practical dimensions of life without getting carried away to divert them from the true purpose of their creation. 4th point, the Baha'i concept of spiritual development does not include asceticism or puritanism. What these are, as I understand it, are deliberate attempts to deny oneself the good things of life, things that are pleasant, things that are comfortable, in the name of spiritual development. That's not the Baha'i approach. For example, the writings tell us that Shoghi Effendi points out to us, and then the House of Justice in comment on it, it must be remembered that the maintenance of a high standard of moral conduct is not to be associated or confused with any form of asceticism or excessive and bigoted puritanism. You find that in Orthodox religion, arrogance arises from those who feel they are better than the rest of us because they adopt a more puritanical attitude. People will say, well, I don't go to movies, or I don't watch TV, or I don't read newspapers, or I don't participate in playing any kind of sport, thing like that, because, and then the implication is, I'm more spiritual than you. In other words, there is a tendency in most religions to adopt a hierarchy of puritanical forms of conduct, and the writings tell us that this is not appropriate and not accurate from a Baha'i perspective. There's a very interesting passage of great significance in the questions and answers section, which is an addendum to the Kitab-i-Aqdas. And the question arose and was addressed to Baha'u'llah, the question concerning the washing of the feet in water and summer. And Baha'u'llah's response was this: it is the same in both cases. Warm water is preferable, but there can be no objection to cold water. I found this quite profound, because it indicates the direction in which the faith is moving is not one of saying, be big and strong and tough and wash yourself with cold water even in winter, and if you can't, okay, you can have warm water, but you're a softie, it's much better to use cold water. That's not so. The faith, Baha'u'llah points out, warm water is preferable. So make yourself comfortable. Washing your feet is not an end in itself. It's ablutions preparatory to devotions, and let's not get carried away and make a hierarchy of those who use ice cold water compared to those who use warm water and the like. In other words, I see a philosophic significance to Baha'u'llah's answer to that question. A similar issue arose when Baha'u'llah was expounding the law of Huququllah. A passage arises where the trustees of Huququllah wrote to Baha'u'llah and said that people have pledged themselves to observe maximum austerity in their lives with a view to forwarding the remainder of their income to his exalted presence. This matter was mentioned at his holy court. He said, as Baha'u'llah, let them act with moderation and not impose hardship upon themselves. We would like them both to enjoy a life that is well-pleasing. Again, I see in that profound significance that the faith doesn't choose that its followers should observe hardship as an end in itself, but to choose a life that is comfortable. That life may well involve hardship as far as fulfilling one's purpose in service to God and in spiritual development and the like, but it's not deliberately choosing hardship as an end in itself. And that is congruent with the Baha'i view that Puritanism or asceticism is not to be indulged in as part of the path of spiritual development. 4 more to go. The next one I want to draw attention to is the passages in the writings which indicate that there is a correspondence, or if you will, a similarity between the material and spiritual worlds. And this is explained by Abdul Baha, and I'll read the passage he says. It says, the worlds of God are in perfect harmony and correspondence one with another. Each world in this limitless universe is, as it were, a mirror reflecting the history and nature of all the rest. The physical universe is in perfect correspondence with the spiritual or divine realm. The world of matter is an outer expression or facsimile of the inner kingdom of spirit. And Baha'u'llah, Abdul-Baha goes on to make this point again in somewhat similar words. He says, the spiritual world is like unto the phenomenal world. They are the exact counterpoint of each other. Whatever objects appear in this world of existence are the outer pictures of the world of heaven. Now, a lot of this is very obscure because we haven't gone there to take a look at it and come back and told people. But what we do know is what the writings tell us of the correspondence, the pattern between the material world in which we perceive with our senses and the spiritual world to which we will proceed and become more conscious of when we pass to the next world. That they are exact counterpoints of each other. What this means is a wonderful thing. What this means is that we can, and the writings do this, use natural world analogies to convey spiritual truths and principles. Poor soul here is dying of coughing. Would you like some water? Because I got more water I know what to do with here. What we find is that because the material world is an exact counterpart of the spiritual world, that one can convey profound spiritual truths by drawing on examples from the material world. They correspond with each other, and so we can take material world examples to convey deep spiritual truths. So we find that the structure of the Baha'i revelation is that it draws upon material world analogies for that purpose. Let me read a few phrases to you. Trials that attack man like unto the assault of a serpent. Here we're using a material world analogy to convey the nature of the trials that an individual experiences. It's like being assaulted by a serpent. If the writing simply said the trials that come to you are really pretty bad, yawn. But when it says it's like the assault of a serpent, you know what that means, because a serpent assaulting you is a pretty nasty object. We, as the chairman announced, we lived for 27 years in the Holy Land, and I remember on one occasion a snake tried to get into our house, and Janet very kindly delegated me to deal with it, which is the occasions when equality of the sexes goes out the door. So I took a straw broom and brushed the thing out the front door, and the snake brushed out with the broom, and it was on the path. The snake was obviously very upset, and so the snake tried to get back at me and the broom. I had the broom at arm's length because the broom I was prepared to sacrifice. And what I remember from that occasion was the so-called assault of a serpent. This beast coiled itself up almost into a loop and would fire off in random directions, operating on a statistical approach that if it chose a number of random directions, then the probability is one of those directions would get this strange object attacking it, which in fact was a straw broom. And I was fascinated by it, by the logic that the snake was using, but also by the fact that it was deeply provoked and it was spending a huge amount of energy reaching out in all directions, random directions, trying to bite the straw broom. So this use of a natural world analogy is governed by the correspondence of the two worlds, material and spiritual, but it conveys things dramatically. On another way, the passage in the prayer that says, it calls upon you to shelter under the wing of thy protection. Think of the images that creates of mother hen with little chickens under its wing. How dramatically it conveys the sense of shelter and comfort that we get from following the way of God and turning to God in prayer. Again, an example of use of the natural world analogy to convey deep spiritual truth, all arising from this correspondence, the exact counterpart of one to the other. And one could go on and on with these. There's another prayer where it says, "'Neath the shade of thy protecting wings, let me nestle." Beautiful phrase. The word nestle. "'Neath the shade of thy protecting wings." The reference in the prayer, in the divine plan, to this is a broken-winged bird. I think most of us have seen broken-winged bird sometime in our life and how it struggles and how it's desperately it tries to move itself forward even though it can't get off the ground. And it's a very apt description of how one feels on certain occasions. Passage where it says, "Make us the waves of the sea, flowers of the garden," and so on. That make all mankind perfect fruit growing upon the tree of life, and so on. It means several things. The references in the writings of Abdu'l-Baha to the spiritual world being the exact counterpart of the material world means that deep truth can be conveyed by reference to the material world. It follows from that people who live close to nature have a unique opportunity to attain wisdom. And you'll find sometimes when you travel in the world and you're with people who live close to nature, they may be island people, they may be farmers, they may be desert people or nomadic people in Mongolia or something like that. Often, not always, but often you find that they have very deep, profound, wise insights into the operation of the spiritual world through being so close to the material world in their daily life. It also means that we should value nature, should be sensitive to nature around us, and that we should cultivate beauty in the natural world, not only as an end in itself, not only as part of our worship of God, but also as a vehicle for our spiritual growth. One of the things I've asked myself over the years, not in the sense of questioning the House of Justice, but more in the sense of obtaining deeper insight, is why is it that we adopt the strategy as a world religion of expending so much effort on maintaining beautiful gardens? Whether it's the gardens at the world centre of the faith or around the Mashriq al-Aqsa or in other places. I've said to myself, why is it that this religion at an early stage in its development, in contrast to Christianity or Islam or other religions, has deliberately chosen to devote so much of its limited resources to gardens? And the answer I've come up with is because it is part of our way of worship, and also because gardens to us are very important, not only as an expression of the beauty of the civilization we'll ultimately construct in the golden age of the cause, but also as a means of a vehicle for our spiritual growth. Okay, we've done 5, we have 3 more left, and we have morning tea approaching. The 6th one of the 8 principles that I want to mention is the concept of spirit. And I mentioned it relatively briefly because we'll develop it somewhat further in the next session. Abdu'l-Baha says, look into this endless universe. A universal power inevitably exists which encompasses all, directing and regulating all the parts of this infinite creation. In other words, the concept of spirit in the writings is something that's everywhere. Abdu'l-Baha says in another place, the greatest power in the realm and range of human existence is spirit. The divine breath which animates and pervades all things. It is manifested through creation in different degrees or kingdoms. In other words, this concept of spirit that we have is something that's everywhere, in every nook and cranny in the entire creation, in the space between the electrons and the protons and neutrons in the atom, throughout the galaxies, in the space between galaxies, in the infinitude of space, billions of light years into the future, within ourselves as human beings and those around us. Spirit, we are told, occupies the entire universe, pervades all things. In addition, it seems that this spirit in which we are bathed in the entire length and breadth of the universe, that this spirit becomes intensified on certain occasions. Doesn't mean it's switched off on other occasions, but it seems like on certain occasions it becomes intensified, whatever that means. The call of God, Abdu'l-Baha has written, when raised, breathed a new life into the body of mankind and infused a new spirit into the whole creation. It is for this reason the world has been moved to its depths, and hearts and consciousness of men have been quickened. So however little we understand the concept of spirit, it's sort of everywhere, all over the place, but in addition it becomes intensified certain occasions, such as the coming of the manifestation of God, and in this case the coming of the promised one. It's a complex subject. I certainly don't claim to understand it at all well. All I can do is recite to you these passages in the writings that indicate that when a manifestation of God comes to mankind, this intensification of spirit occurs, and it becomes apparent over a period of time throughout the world of what has occurred in this greater infusion of spirit. 2 more to go, number 7 and number 8. Number 7 is one that I continue to wrestle with and which I'm still struggling to comprehend. I gave a talk about Hukukula in Melbourne a few weeks ago, and it also turns up in discussion of a kukula. In a sense, it's fairly straightforward. It's just that its implications are incredible. Abdu'l-Baha says, it is obvious that all created things are connected one to another by a linkage complete and perfect, even, for example, as are the members of the human family. The thing that I find very mysterious about it is the kind of phrases Abdu'l-Baha uses. All created things are connected one to another by a linkage complete and perfect. If you find yourself thinking more and more deeply about that, we may have to lock you up, because it is a very mysterious concept. The concept of we are all linked to each other by connections which are perfect and complete. I've been continuing reading on this subject, and I find that there are passages in some answered questions where Abdu'l-Baha develops this even further about the connections between individuals with each other. These may be connections simply through the effect of one person on another, the effect of their presence, their appearance, their attitude, their looks, but I think it's even more than that. Abdu'l-Baha is quite relentless in expressing this point on a number of occasions. Let me read one more occasion. He says, reflect upon the inner realities of the universe, the secret wisdoms involved, the enigmas, the interrelationships, the rules that govern all. And now he goes on the same thing. For every part of the universe is connected with every other part by ties that are very powerful and admit of no imbalance nor any slackening whatever. These are extreme statements. Every part of the universe is connected with every other part by ties that are very powerful. The entire universe is almost like an organic unit of entities which interconnect with each other. If I understood this better, which I don't, it, I think, is the beginning of the basis for understanding this thing I said at the beginning of my presentation about the Kitab-i-Iqan and a sign appearing in the visible heaven with the coming of a manifestation of God. I see that as an example of this interconnection between all elements of creation. And I suspect, as I said in Melbourne, that during the course of this dispensation, we human beings will develop a far more insightful view of the interconnections within the universe around us. Ecology, climate change, pollution, the relation of individuals to others in crowds, and the sense of how a crowd behaves as distinct from the way an individual behaves, the concepts underlying sociology of groups, the like, and all kinds of things. Things that we only barely can comprehend today, I think, will become much more clear during the course of this dispensation, and humanity will develop a deeper understanding of this very profound truth that Abdu'l-Baha is expounding, of all elements of the universe being interconnected with each other. You find another example of this in some answered questions, where Abdu'l-Baha was asked by Laura Dreyfus-Barney about the influence of the stars on the earth. And Abdu'l-Baha's response was basically that there is an influence of the stars on the earth. He says it's not the conventional astrology, but that there is an influence. We know this to some extent with what we know of cosmic rays and tides of lunar motions and gravitational perturbations and the like, but it's obviously a lot more than that. It's all part of something we're moving towards understanding the interconnection of the various elements of creation. Finally, number 8, and that refers to the fact that one of the principles of our faith in the relationship between the material and spiritual dimensions of creation is that of our aim to achieve what the writings describe as a dynamic coherence between the spiritual and practical requirements of life on earth. We don't seek one to dominate the other. We don't seek to become independent of the material elements of creation, and obviously we don't seek to become independent of the spiritual elements of creation. We don't go to either extremes, but rather we are seeking the two in balance, what the writings described as a dynamic coherence of material and spiritual elements of creation. And Shoghi Effendi develops that theme in some detail when he speaks about the Mashriq Azkar and points to the concept of the Mashriq Azkar, not simply the central house of worship, but all the dependencies around it, as representing a model for the dynamic coherence between the spiritual and the material. And so any survey of our concept of the material and spiritual dimensions of creation must include our aim of dynamic coherence rather than of one extinguishing the other. So, this brings me to the end of the presentation. As you can say, as I said at the beginning, it leaves you somewhat hungry. All we've done is enumerate this set of 8 principles, and one is inclined to come to the end of it and say, okay, so what? Well, so what will be tomorrow at 9 a.m. when we start to develop it further. We now pick it up today is the question of how we attract the spiritual forces which our writings tell us permeate the entire creation. And how do we attract those spiritual forces in a constructive way which enables us to develop our spiritual natures? This is a complex subject. It involves our understanding of the interaction of the material and spiritual worlds, and that is quite complex. Fortunately, it has been made incredibly simple. It has been made incredibly simple through the use of a very powerful analogy by Abdu'l-Baha, and to a lesser extent it appears in the writings of Baha'u'llah. By the use of that analogy, what is otherwise complex becomes quite straightforward, and we are put in a position of being able to understand it to a large extent and to apply it very happily. And that thing is called the magnetic principle. And I want to read to you what Abdu'l-Baha says about it, and then spend the rest of the time discussing it. Abdu'l-Baha says in his writings, and I'll quote it, it's a fairly short passage, he says, when existing elements are gathered together according to the natural order and with perfect strength, they become a magnet for the spirit, and the spirit will become manifest in them with all its perfections. This is quite simple and quite straightforward, but has profound implications, as we will see. Firstly, what Abdu'l-Baha is saying, as I understand it, is that one takes existing elements, the elements of the periodic table or whatever, the ordinary elements you find around the place, and we arrange them according to the natural order. What does that mean? My understanding is that it means that if we take existing elements and arrange them in a pattern that conforms to divine law, then the result is that the thing becomes a magnet for the spirit, and it manifests the spirit. What do we mean by divine law? It seems to me that there are two sources of divine law accessible to us in this realm of existence. One source of divine law is the law of nature, and you find in the writings reference to the will of God expressed through the laws of nature. So one form of divine law is that of nature, the other form is that given to us by the authentic teachings of the manifestations of God. So what we're saying really is not particularly complicated. All we're saying is that if you follow divine law, either the law of nature or the law of the manifestation, if you follow divine law and arrange elements in the right pattern, it will attract the spirit in a way similar to magnetism. And our role as Baha'is is to use this knowledge of divine law, either through nature or through the manifestation, in order to attract the spirit so we can develop ourselves spiritually. Nowadays, magnetism is commonplace. You could take any town or city in the whole of New Zealand from one end to the other, and if you went into somebody's home and got as far as their refrigerator, you'll find magnets covering the door. There are all kinds of magnets around the place. People have advertising things on magnets, and at the end of the year, real estate agents send you calendars with a magnet attached to them, and so on. So magnets are very commonplace to us. We take them for granted. But if you read the history of science in the 13th century and thereabouts, people puzzled enormously over what was a magnet. Why is something a magnet and something else is not? if you took iron, in some cases the iron was magnetized, in other cases it wasn't. What was profoundly mysterious was the fact that if you took two magnets of the appropriate polarity and held them reasonably close to each other, there was a force of attraction between them. And that force is invisible. Run your hand between it. Of course, you need three hands to do that, but that doesn't matter. You run your third hand between the two hands holding the magnets, and lo and behold, there's nothing there. You don't feel anything between the two magnets, but there is a force, and that force is inclining the two magnets to come together with a bang. And we take it for granted, it's commonplace, it's straightforward, nobody becomes too excited about it, but it was something very, very curious that people puzzled over. Philosophers of the 13th century wrote about this mysterious, invisible force generated as a result of the creation of a magnet. And it is therefore quite appropriate that Abdu'l-Baha, and as they say to a lesser extent Baha'u'llah, used the concept of magnet to explain spirit as an invisible force generated under appropriate conditions and manifesting itself very tangibly in the world around us. We know that magnetism can indeed be an extremely powerful force. In certain parts of the world, such as Shanghai and elsewhere, they have what they call the maglev train from one of the airports in Shanghai into the downtown area. And it functions according to magnetism to retain a distance between the train and the track, which reduces friction, of course, and the thing zips along at some high speed. So magnetism is not just refrigerator doors, it is also powerful forces which are at work in locomotives as well as in all kinds of other industrial machinery. What we find is that we, in the science and particularly in the physics, study magnetism from the effect it produces. Many years ago, I used to teach at the University of Michigan in the United States, and I taught a program of courses on what was called electromagnetism. And this was a program of courses that occupied several years, I think 3 or 4 years sequence in which it went into the subject very deeply. In the initial phases of the subject, one worked with students who were not going to specialise in that area, so they just had to do it to satisfy some requirements. In the later stages, there were students who were very interested in the subject. And in the later stages, it was very easy to teach. Just went in and put a whole bunch of equations on the board, and you'd say to them, these are what was called Maxwell's equations. And you start off from that and went on, and then several months later, masses of algebra would be generated, and people would regurgitate that appropriately and go on to the next course. But I also taught the course to initial undergraduates who had no great interest in the subject except getting through it and getting out the door. And they were very difficult because they raised fundamental questions. For example, they would say to me, okay, what's electricity? And I'd then respond by spewing out a whole bunch of equations. And they'd listen patiently and they'd say to me, you know, that's not the question I asked. I don't want to know how it functions or how you predict it or how you measure anything like that. I want to know what it is. And I would respond with another set of equations which were equally unsatisfactory to them. And eventually, after going back and forth, which generally involved quite a lot of discussion out in the corridor or in the coffee shop or something like that, I would surrender. And I would say, we really don't know what it is. All we can do is say, this is how it behaves. This is how electricity behaves. This is how magnetic forces behave. This is how protons and neutrons and electrons and all kinds of other things react in relation to each other. In other words, all we can do is examine this subject by its effect, rather than trying to penetrate the mystery of what is positive and negative charge and magnetic force and the like. So it is in this area of the analogy set out by Abdu'l-Baha. We can study the effect of the spirit in terms of what it does, what its effect is. And if somebody says, okay, that's great, I've read all that stuff, now tell me, what is spirit? Then that is the time for our friend around here to ring the bell. I'm sorry, it's lunchtime. Because we don't know what it is. We say it permeates the whole of creation. As we see this morning, we can understand it by its effect and what it does, but not what it is. All of that is part of the mystery of religion. So this analogy of Abdu'l-Baha has made a mysterious subject palatable. We can live with it. We can work with it. We have tons of magnets attached to refrigerator doors. We're familiar with it. It doesn't frighten us. We can use it in any way we like. And so it is. The magnetic analogy enables us to use the various elements of our religion in order to get some degree of understanding of the attraction of matter attracting spirit. Now let's go on, and by the end of this session, you'll be so sick and tired of the word magnetism, you'll be ready for your coffee. The writings tell us that, now it starts off simple and then it starts to mess the thing up, make it more complicated. It tells us that spirit is manifested in various forms. And these forms depend upon how we arrange the elements according to what Abdu'l-Baha says is natural order. If we arrange the elements in a certain order, you get this category of spirit. If you arrange the elements in that kind of order, you get that category of spirit. And Abdu'l-Baha tells us that there are several categories of spirit. Some of you will have read this already. It may not be news to you. I'm going to do it reasonably quickly because it'll take me off in another direction. We have what's called the mineral spirit. If you arrange the atoms in a certain way, you have a mineral. Arrange the atoms in another way, according to the divine order, and you have a vegetable. So when you have an animal, the human spirit, and the like. And Abdu'l-Baha describes these as various categories of spirit, each one manifested according to the way you arrange the atoms. By you arrange the atoms, I don't mean you sit down and tinker with one atom after the other, get it all in the right shape. It is part of the natural order of the universe. He tells us that the mineral, for example, he says, as to the existence of spirit in the mineral, it is clear that minerals are endowed with spirit and life according to the requirements of that stage. A pretty radical idea. This poor old watch of mine has life to it. It has a spirit to it. It's not just a bunch of metal. It has a mineral spirit associated with it. And likewise with vegetables and animals and the like. Abdu'l-Baha goes on to point out that the one universal principle in spirit appearing in these various categories is that it is governed by the law of love. Abdu'l-Baha says, love is the most great law that ruleth this mighty and heavenly cycle, the unique power that bindeth together the diverse elements of this material world. And then he goes on to say, love is the supreme magnetic force directing the movement of spheres in celestial realms. So he relates the manifesting of spirit in the various categories of creation, relates that to love. He goes on to point out that by love he means the power of attraction. Abdu'l-Baha says, this stone is the lowest degree of phenomena, but nevertheless within it is a power of attraction, manifest, without which the stone could not exist. This power of attraction in the mineral world is love. The only expression of love the stone can manifest. Okay, what we're talking about here is the manifesting of spirit in the mineral realm of creation. And Abdu'l-Baha seems to me is saying that it's manifested through the power of attraction or cohesion. We create a mineral, it's not of tiny little atoms all spread out all over the place. There is cohesion. It is a big hunk of stone that you have in front of you or the like. There is a power of attraction and cohesion. At a deeper level, we can say that that manifesting of spirit in the mineral is apparent at the atomic and subatomic level, in the way the elements, say, of the nucleus, the protons and the neutrons, are attracted to each other and stick together, and the way the electrons whiz around the nucleus, or what scientists refer to as the various forces in the atom, the weak nuclear force and the strong nuclear force, and gravitation and electromagnetic attraction, all these kinds of things we don't need to go into, but nevertheless attraction is the key thing in the manifesting of love in the various categories of creation, and the basic level is that of the mineral. He goes on to point out that the plant has the power of absorption from the earth. It has a higher degree of attraction which differentiates the plant from the mineral. The plant doesn't just attract whatever's lying around, it sends out roots and picks up all kinds of trace elements that it needs in order to grow. It has a greater power of attraction. To the kingdom of the vegetable, this is an expression of love. So what he seems to be pointing out is that love is universal. It's manifested in attraction. For a mineral, it's just the fact the thing hangs together. For a vegetable, it's the fact that it attracts elements and it grows. He goes on to speak about the animal world, and here he says the power of love makes itself still more manifest. Light of love is resplendent in the animal kingdom because the power of attraction, whereby certain elements cohere and cellular atoms commingle, now reveals itself in certain emotions and sensibilities which produce instinctive fellowship and association. And here I think what I get from this, Abdu'l-Baha is pointing out that this power of attraction occurs in the animal realm as well as in the vegetable and the mineral realm, but it has a different form in each category. And then, of course, he puts the crown in the whole thing by saying man is the possessor of a degree of attraction which is conscious and spiritual. Here, in an immeasurable advance, the human kingdom's spiritual susceptibilities come into view. Love exercises its superlative degree, and this is the cause of human life. So he unites the various manifestations of spirit throughout creation as each one dependent upon the arrangement of the atoms in a certain order, according to divine order, and that then attracts spirit of a certain kind. So it's a unified view of the attraction of spirit to the creation. And as we'll see presently, that we go beyond the human spirit by referring to the spirit of faith, which we attract by our actions in making ourselves into magnetic attractors, and that's coming in a few minutes. But nevertheless, what he's saying is that it's all an expression of love. And the way love is expressed by a mineral is not that the mineral sends you a dozen roses and a box of chocolates, but rather that the mineral expresses its love through the fact that it has the power of attraction of elements all around it. Before we go on to develop this, Abdu'l-Baha's ideas on magnetism, let me make one comment, in fact 2 comments. Firstly, most of what I'm presenting in this series of sessions is taken from the tablet to Dr. Forel. It's a tablet of Abdu'l-Baha, which he wrote, I think, in 1920 or 1921, and it's not easy to find it. India produced this giant thing of writings and utterances of Abdu'l-Baha, about 3 or 4 inches wide, and you'll find it's there, and it's in some other places as well, but that's probably the most accessible place. And in addition, you find that what he says in the tablet to Dr. Forel echoes things that Abdu'l-Baha says in some answered questions and various other places scattered throughout the writings. Second comment I want to make is that as we proceed, we can take a slight detour and talk about human beings. Abdu'l-Baha says these elements, the composition which is found in the organism of man, is an attraction and magnet for the spirit. It is certain that the spirit will appear in it, so a mirror which is clear will attract the rays of the sun. He goes on to point out again about human beings. Existence of beings is conditioned upon the coming together of various elements and their non-existence upon the decomposition of constituent elements. For the composition causes the dissociation of the various elements. What I understand from that is that the formation of human beings, pregnancy to death, is an application of the magnetic principle. That when you arrange the atoms in an appropriate way, when the ovum is fertilized by the spermatozoa, then that arrangement of atoms of the fertilized ovum attracts the human spirit. And then later, when you get old and decrepit and you die, the elements disassociate and the human spirit is no longer associated with that magnet, with that element. Abdu'l-Baha points out that in the case of the other manifestations of spirit, the spirit is annihilated with the dissociation. With the human spirit it's not, it goes on to the next world. So the pattern of analogy breaks down at a certain point. This is quite interesting because there are a number of questions that are unsolved in the Baha'i teachings. One is the question of the test tube baby. And every so often somebody writes to the Universal House of Justice and says, I know there's all kinds of work going on about creating life in the test tube, and is that valid from a Baha'i perspective, and will they succeed? We're not talking about frozen embryos or anything like that. We're talking about starting off with inanimate material and creating literally in the test tube a fertilized ovum from which human life can come. Obviously it can't be done yet, and the question that has arisen, people have written to the House of Justice and said, will it ever be possible? And the response of the House of Justice, as I recall it, has been that we should let science proceed and it'll become clear with the progress of science, rather than the faith giving a ruling on that subject. One can argue it one way or the other. You could take these passages and say, if at some time in the future human beings are able to create a pattern which conforms to the divine order, then that would be the right pattern to attract the human spirit, and lo and behold, you would create human life in the test tube. The people who argue against it would say it's impossible to replicate the divine order. You may get 98% of it or 99.5% of it, but that's not 100% of it, and that would not attract the human spirit. And the argument is open. And as the House of Justice says, let time proceed, and as science advances, it'll become clear. The other question, which also is an open question, is the question of life in other parts of the universe. We certainly do have the statements of Gleanings and some other places concerning the fact that life is not confined only to this planet Earth, but in other parts of the universe. What is unclear from the writings is what form that life takes, whether there will in fact be little green men on Mars or whether there won't be. And there again, that is a question open to interpretation and open to the discoveries of astronomy and other sciences in the future. There is nothing in the Baha'i writings that is definitive about the nature of that life. We do have the various categories, including the human category, and one can say, well, that extends to other kinds of humans. What other kinds of humans remain to be determined. It is an open subject. You'll find in recent weeks or months there's been articles in the news about the discovery of rudimentary forms of life in areas where you would say it's impossible because there's a lack of oxygen or a lack of the appropriate temperature range or very high radioactivity like around Chernobyl or something like that, and yet you find life existing. So people are starting to revise their ideas of life and the conditions for its evolution or existence, and all of those things pertain to this issue here that we're looking at this morning about the creation of or attraction of life, attraction of the human spirit through the divine order. But they're questions we cannot answer. There's nothing about them explicit in the writings, but they're open questions which no doubt will be explored more fully during the course of this dispensation. But that was a kind of a detour. What I want to do now is to go back to the main part of my subject, which is that how we can attract the power of the Holy Spirit through the operation of the magnetic principle. And I want to take a number of examples which are drawn largely from Abdu'l-Baha. The first is a beautiful example taken from the writings of Abdu'l-Baha, in which he describes the manifestation of God himself as being a magnet. Abdu'l-Baha says, "The Lord has manifested the magnet of the souls and hearts in the pole of the existing world, to which all sacred hearts are attracted from far distant lands and countries. Thank thou God for being so attractable a body to be drawn to the magnet of the kingdom of God." And this is a very beautiful and illuminating analogy referring to the fact that when the manifestation appears in the world, as Baha'u'llah has done, that he himself is a magnet with spiritual forces associated with him which attract us to the manifestation. One is reminded of the passage in the Book of Certitude where it says that we are attracted to the city of God by the fragrance of its perfume across some incredible distance. I can't remember that the tablet of the true seeker, about the person who is spiritually prepared and will be attracted to the manifestation across this incredible distance simply not by what the manifestation says or his offering of proofs or illuminating teachings, but rather by the very presence, the very nature of the manifestation, generating a spiritual power that attracts the individual. The classic example from the Baha'i writings is Qudus. And you remember from Dawnbreakers, the story of Qudus, the letter of the living, the final one to be enrolled as the company of the letters of the living of the Bab. And as I recall, the story is that the Bab is speaking with Mullah Hussein the previous night, and he basically says, of course he speaks more politely than I do, he says, we're one short, but one will come tomorrow where I'm communing with him already in the spiritual realm. Fine. Next afternoon, the Bab and Mullah Hussein comes to the end of the day, and they're in Shiraz, and they're returning to the home, the house of the Bab. The description of Nabil is quite detailed, and as I read it very carefully, it seems to be that the Bab is walking ahead, and Mullah Hussein, in a very respectful way, is walking behind. That's quite significant. It means that Mullah Hussein sees the back rather than the face of the Bab. And while they're proceeding back to the house of the Bab in Shiraz, lo and behold, this young man turns up. And he's dirty and dusty, and he's been travelling a long time, and he needs a good wash and a rest. And he comes racing up to Mullah Hussein and says, quick, where is he? Where's the promised one? And Mullah Hussein, being very concerned for the young man's condition of exhaustion, says, okay, well, they speak much more politely than I do. He says, okay, take it easy, settle down, draw your breath, have a wash, drink something, and then I'll take you to him. And the story in Dawnbreakers, which is far more poetic than I'm conveying, Qudus looks around and sees, I recognise him by the way he walks. And notice that it's not the face of the Bab that he sees. He sees the back of the Bab. The Bab is walking ahead and has his back to Qudus, but Qudus recognises the Bab just by the presence, the very presence of the Bab. And that, to my mind, is an example of what is described here, that the manifestation of God is manifest as a magnet in the world. And spiritual forces attract those who are spiritually prepared, as they did in the case of Qudus. And you remember the rest of the story. Mullah Hussein leaves Qudus where he is, goes forward to the Bab and says, this young man has turned up and he's very anxious to see you. Is it okay? And the Bab says, send him to me. We've been communing already in the spiritual realm. So one of the examples, the primary example of magnet, is that of the manifestation himself. The manifestation is endowed with mysterious spiritual powers beyond those accessible to you and I, and those spiritual powers are of a mysterious nature which attract us, just as a magnet will attract little bits of iron and metal around the place. Let's go on with magnets. As I say, you're going to be sick and tired of magnets by the end of this morning, but let's continue. We find that in some places the term lodestone is used to refer to magnet. L-O-D-E, not L-O-A-D, L-O-D-E, lodestone, which is a poetic term for magnet. Lodestone is used in the little magnets that you find where north is. You find Baha'u'llah says about his revelation, these holy verses are the most potent elixir, the greatest and mightiest talisman. This revelation is endowed with such a power that it will act as a lodestone for all nations and kindreds of the earth. We can corrupt the text by substituting the word magnet for lodestone. Presumably we can get away with it if nobody finds out. This revelation is endowed with such power that it will act as a lodestone or magnet for all the nations and kindreds of the earth. And here we have the use of the analogy of the magnet to indicate not the manifestation himself, but his revelation, that it is endowed with a spiritual power which attracts others to it, just as a magnet has the magnetic power associated with it. Without having to mess around with the authoritative text, we can quote Abdu'l-Baha, where he refers to what he calls the divine magnet. The power of the Word of God will attract the hearts and bestow ecstasy and enthusiasm upon souls. So once again, reference to the revelation as being a magnet. This is very, very significant to us because we regard the revelation of God as having a mysterious spiritual power, and that concept of the revelation as having a mysterious spiritual power is captured by use of the analogy of the magnet. We have tons of places where it refers to the mysterious spiritual power of the revelation. For example, Baha'u'llah says, every single letter proceeding from our mouth is endowed with such regenerative power as to enable it to bring into existence a new creation, a creation the magnitude of which is inscrutable to all save God, and so on. Another place, Shoghi Effendi says, the words of Baha'u'llah and the Master have a creative power and are sure to awaken in the reader the undying fire of the love of God. What this means is that there is a deep and profound mystery to the revelation of the manifestation of God. It is not just like other stuff that you and I may write or read, or wise things that others may write. It is creative. It has a creative power associated with it as an expression of the magnetic principle. It's quite different from the words of human beings, and its understanding is limitless. There is no limit to the amount of understanding we can get from it. Sometimes one says to oneself, why do we describe the revelation of Baha'u'llah as having a mysterious creative power? Is it not simply words like other words? Take, for example, the Kitab-i-Iqan, the Book of Certitude. Let's say 200 pages, more or less. And we say it is the creative word. A skeptic says, come on, calm down. What do you mean creative word? Every word in the Kitab-i-Iqan, in the English translation, appears also in the Oxford English Dictionary. We don't say the Oxford English Dictionary has the creative word to it. It's as boring as could be. But we say that those same words, some of which appear in the Kitab-i-Iqan, have a creative, mysterious power, the power of regeneration and the like. How can that be? And the answer lies in pattern. The pattern of the words that appears in the Kitab-i-Iqan is a pattern that gives it, associated with it, a creative power. Yes, they are the same words that appear in the Oxford English Dictionary, but the pattern is different, and that pattern attracts a creative power. Thus, the magnetic principle. Remember what Abdu'l-Baha said about when elements are arranged in a divine order, according to the natural order, it attracts the spirit. So in that sense, the words of the creative revelation are words which enable us to receive a creative power which is not apparent in any other way. All of this is part of the mystery of the revelation. It has a spirit associated with it. Part of the mystery is that its understanding is limitless. You never reach a point where you say, okay, I've finished with the Book of Certitude. What can I read next? I mean, you can say that because you want to read something else, that's fine. But one never is finished with it, just as devout Muslims are never finished with the Quran. They read it for 1,200 years and they're not finished with it. It's capable of an infinitude of meaning. And that, of course, underlies the philosophy of the 5-year plan and the core activities in the RUI program, where we get together and we discuss the creative word. You never reach a point where it's finished. And sometimes people who, I guess it's no longer around the place, but for a few years there were people who kind of looked down on the RUI program and said, this is too simple. The hidden implication was that I'm a lot smarter than this and I need more complicated stuff to read than to read these RUI things in RUI book 1 or 2 or something like that. And the fallacy of that argument lay in the fact that there is no limit to the understanding one can get from even the simplest passage of the holy writings. In the prayer it says, I bear witness thou hast created me to know thee and to worship thee. Literally, we could spend a lifetime on that one passage of the knowledge of God and the worship of God and the various means by which it is done in science, in devotion, in our relations with each other, in music and art and 500 other things. So the revelation is mysterious in that manner. It also means that we read the revelation for 2 reasons. One is for the information. We want to know what life after death is discussed throughout in the writing, so we look up the index and we read gleanings about life after death. We read the revelation for information, but we also read it for the spirit. There are times where you don't care too much about life after death, you just open the gleanings and read because you want to be bathed in the spirit of the creative word rather than getting information. One other thing that I have thought about is why is the revelation arranged the way it is? Take, for example, the Kitab-i-Iqan. If you and I were writing the Kitab-i-Iqan, God help us, the world would end. But let's assume you and I decided we would write the Kitab-i-Iqan. We'd begin by setting up some kind of outline of chapters, headings and subheadings. You'd organise it. You'd collect all this stuff of the interpretations of sun, moon and stars and put in the one place. It's now in about 15 different places scattered throughout the book. And Baha'u'llah comes back to it, leaves it and goes to something else, comes back to something else. The things about the true seeker would be a section on their own. the things about the relation of the manifestation to God would be a section on its own, all together in the one place, the various prophecies collected. It's not so in the Kitab-i-Iqan. At first sight, when you read the Kitab-i-Iqan or examine it, it seems to be all jumbled together. If that's not sacrilege or anything like that, it all seems mixed up. And you get a little frustrated. You say, I wish it had been kind of organised or rearranged somewhat. I could study sun, moon and stars in one hit and be done with it, and then could go on with some other part of it. So I say to myself, what is the wisdom of the Kitab-i-Iqan revealed in such a manner? And the wisdom seems to be, as far as I can tell, that the act of revealing the revelation is the act of creation. That the revelation mirrors and reflects creation. And just as in creation, not all the gold is one place and not all the coal is another place, or the iron ore is one place, it's scattered all throughout the planet, so it is that you have this sense of creation throughout the revelation, and that human beings impose their own logic and order to it, just as we impose a logic and order to the mineral universe by going and mining all the coal and taking it to power stations and sending it to China or whatever. And so it is that the revelation mirrors creation, and therefore it has its own beauty and its own logic that transcends human logic. Yeah. Let's move on to the magnet and continue with it. The writings point out that the expression of faith is a magnet which draws spiritual powers. Abdu'l-Baha says, faith is the magnet which draws the confirmations of the merciful one. Service is the magnet which attracts the heavenly strength. And many other places where Abdu'l-Baha refers to faith as a magnet attracting spiritual powers. What that means is that when we accept the manifestation of God, we are enjoined to have faith, and that will attract spiritual powers which will act as a form of confirmation. Whereas if you accept the manifestation and say, I'm not sure why Baha'u'llah said this and why he said that, and maybe he made a mistake, or maybe he was having a bad day, or something like that, then that's not the kind of faith we want, and that doesn't attract the spiritual powers and confirmations. So we have to take the first move. We have to reach out and say, I have faith. I believe what Baha'u'llah says is right. I don't understand it, but I have faith. If we do that, then the spiritual powers are attracted by the magnetic principle, and then we are confirmed and we attain spiritual powers which lead us to a deeper understanding. So you find some people who go through their whole life on the edge, not quite sure whether they believe or not, waiting for confirmation before they plunge in fully in the step of faith. And God is a lot more patient than we are, and He's had a lot more time to think about it. So you wait and it's too late. What we have to do is have faith and commit ourselves in faith to the manifestation, and then the spiritual powers are attracted to us by the magnetic principle. Abdu'l-Baha describes prayer as a magnet. He says, the commemoration of God attracts confirmation and assistance like unto a magnet. As I said you'll be sick and tired of magnet by the end of the hour. Well, here's another example that he describes this mysterious element of prayer as a magnet. Remember, I mentioned yesterday that to some people, prayer is a very strange phenomenon. A person goes into their bedroom or whatever, alone, and whispers certain words and comes out with a great sense of satisfaction. And you say to yourself, what's going on here? This person has simply been whispering certain words that no one else has heard, alone in their bedroom or some other room. But we know it is prayer, and that prayer recited with devotion has created a magnet. Remember what Abdu'l-Baha said about when elements are arranged in a natural order, they become a magnet. The natural order here is the act of prayer, the act of devotion, the attitude of devotion, and in some cases, of course, with obligatory prayer, the appropriate genuflections. It all creates the magnet which attracts spiritual powers, and so one has created a magnet through which prayer operates. We go on. Unity. Abdu'l-Baha says, unity and harmony is the magnet that draweth down the confirmations of God. Very, very significant to us. It is a source of understanding to us why we will go to considerable lengths to preserve unity. Not because we are necessarily as patient as we should be, but because we recognize that unity and harmony themselves attract spiritual powers, that by acting in a unified way, we are creating a pattern of divine order, creating a magnet which attracts spiritual powers. This also brings up a very important point. In considering unity and harmony, we have to recognize that Baha'u'llah was smart enough not to contradict himself. With you or me, you say, I've got a tape of his talk that he gave last year and he said the opposite. We contradict ourselves, we forget. Whereas the writings have no contradiction within them. And that is crucial when we're considering unity and harmony. Because if we take unity and harmony alone, without the other passages of the writings, we can be led into contradiction. For example, we value unity and harmony immensely, but we also value adherence to principle and the operation of justice by our elected bodies, the local, national and international. So we cannot say we're going to practice unity and harmony at the expense of adherence to principle or to justice. We're going to allow this person to get away with blue murder because otherwise we'll have disunity. That is a very invalid manner of thinking. We see adherence to principle and the application of justice by our elected bodies as the vehicle by which we progress to a greater level of unity. I remember some years ago a Baha'i from another country wrote to the House of Justice, and she was in a terrible quandary. She was a member of the Baha'i community, her husband was a member of the Baha'i community, and the husband was beating her up pretty bad. She was subject to quite significant domestic violence. And she went to her local assembly and said, "My husband is beating me up and we need to get him to stop." Well, the local assembly tried and the guy wouldn't stop. And the local assembly then said to her, "Just accept it, just swallow it, because otherwise it'll disrupt the unity of the community and will affect the image of the faith in this city." And she for various reasons, decided to write to the House of Justice. I'm skipping over a number of things here. Write to the House of Justice, and the House of Justice, a response has been published. It's been published quite extensively, and it's in this new fat book of Messages of the House of Justice from 1987 to 2001. And you find the House of Justice basically says, no way that we have to follow principle. We have to follow justice and the laws of Baha'u'llah, and that will lead to a greater reputation for the faith and a higher level of admiration for the consistency of adherence to principle than any other way. Don't cover it up. Don't hide it. Don't pretend it doesn't exist. Follow it through. Let the chips fall where they may, confident that the law of Baha'u'llah will produce a greater measure of unity. And so where there is delinquency in a Baha'i community in that area as well as other areas, the faith is clear in terms of its unyielding adherence to principle without regarding that as a contradiction to the preservation of unity and harmony in the community. And you find many other examples such as that, where somebody is acting in a dictatorial manner, or sometimes there is a dictatorial attitude on the part of a group of believers in a community, and that preserves unity because you're too frightened to open your mouth, basically. And the House of Justice has ruled on such cases that we have to follow the principles of the faith, even though that causes a temporary disruption. Teaching the faith. Abdu'l-Baha says, when the tongue of the teacher is engaged in teaching, he will naturally himself be stimulated, will become a magnet, attracting the divine aid and bounty of God. And he says it again similarly in other places. Abdu'l-Baha says, be thou engaged in teaching the truth, for teaching the cause containeth the power of a magnet. It attracts the mysteries of God. So once again, we have this magnetic principle of Abdu'l-Baha, that you carry out actions in conformity with divine order and you create a magnet. Here the individual engages in teaching the faith or attempts to teach the faith, or he or she finds that they have created in themselves a magnet to attract others through their effort and commitment to teaching the faith. And of course, we have innumerable examples, more than you want to know about, of how individuals strive to teach the faith, and the act of striving attracts people to the cause, irrespective of the quality of their presentation or the illuminating way in which they present the teachings. They create a magnet to attract others to the cause. They become a magnet. I'm reminded, we've got a few minutes, let me tell this little story fairly quickly. Some years ago, Janet and I went to a place called Waxahachie, Texas. Nobody's heard of Waxahachie. You've heard of Waxahachie, Texas, for crying out loud. Okay. Sure hope you don't know anybody there. This was a number of years ago, and the believers there are no longer around, so I can defend myself this way. We went to Waxahachie, Texas, out of Dallas, and visited the Baha'i community there. And we found that there was basically an Iranian couple, and I guess 2 kids, who lived in Waxahachie, Texas. Maybe a lot more people now, but there was an Iranian couple there who'd come as refugees, and they were engaged in teaching the faith. And a number of people had become Baha'is, which was wonderful because this Iranian couple were very devoted. What was curious was that, excuse me saying this, their English was terrible. And the man was a very devoted and enterprising man, but his English was disastrous. Nevertheless, a whole bunch of people had been taught the faith. And I was very curious about that. I said, how is it that anybody would be attracted to the faith when you can't understand him? So I had spent a little time in Waxahachie, and I visited with some of the fairly new Baha'is, and as I got to know them, I said very politely, what is it that attracted you to the faith? And they said it was this gentleman. And I said, well, what did he say that you found so attractive? I was trying to be polite and not to be judgmental and all the rest of it. And they said, well, let me tell you what happened. And what he did, you shouldn't do. You know, we'll have National Assembly on our back very quickly. What he would do is that he would stand outside his house in a street in Waxahachie, and we'd see people driving by, and it wasn't a very busy town in those days, and whenever he saw them driving by, he'd wave them down. So he'd have some poor soul minding his own business, driving along the road in Waxahachie, and there's this character. And it was a country town, and so people would stop and somebody needs some help, and they'd come and stop and park the car on the side of the road, and then our friend would come over and he'd tell them about the faith. Okay, what did he say? The new Baha'i said, I didn't know what he said. And I said, okay, you didn't know what he said, how come you're a Baha'i? And he said, I looked in his eyes and I saw sincerity and belief. And as I thought about it, I said to myself, that is the magnetic principle. That it is not what you say, it is the mysterious spiritual power. And that this very fine gentleman, he was attracting people not by the logic of what he said, not by the brilliance of his exposition. Maybe brilliant if you can understand it, but nobody can understand it. But it wasn't that, it was the spiritual power he manifested as a magnet that attracted others. So we have these statements of the writings about becoming a magnet in teaching the faith, and the point I make is that it's a mysterious spiritual process. It's not a logic. Obviously, be as logical as possible and try to speak a language that the local population can understand and all that kind of stuff. But nevertheless, the bottom line is that you become a magnet through the sincerity of effort, and that transcends logic, and spiritual powers are manifested through this process of teaching the faith. Finally, we come to our friend cleanliness. Remember, I mentioned this yesterday, and I mentioned it as one of the mysterious elements of the faith. It becomes somewhat clearer when we invoke the magnetic principle. Abdu'l-Baha says, even in the physical realm, cleanliness will conduce to spirituality, as the holy writings clearly state. And Abdu'l-Baha refers to the effect of purity and holiness, cleanliness and refinement on the exaltation of the human condition and the development of man's inner reality. Abdu'l-Baha says, the fact of having a pure and spotless body exercises an influence on the spirit of man. My understanding of it is that he is here referring to the magnetic principle, that when we conform to the divine order, we attract a spiritual power to us. The divine order in this instance is cleanliness. And if we make an effort to be clean, in whatever that means in various ways, that itself attracts a spiritual power, and that, as Abdu'l-Baha says, the pure and spotless body exercises an influence on the spirit of man. We could go into a whole bunch of other things, psychological effects and physical effects of cleanliness and attitudinal effects on the individual, and the fact that people don't stand so far away from you if you're clean and all that kind of stuff. We can do those sorts of things, but nevertheless the bottom line is that it is the magnetic principle. The act of making yourself clean attracts a spiritual power associated with the very actions you have taken, and that has a spiritual influence on your spirit as well as on those around you. So it becomes another example of the magnetic principle. Before I stop and receive any questions, let me summarize what we've done today. Basically what we've said is that there is a magnetic principle set out by Abdu'l-Baha, and that magnetic principle is in terms of arranging elements, which can include attitudes and the like, conforming to divine order, and Abdu'l-Baha tells us that attracts the spirit, just as a magnet is attracted in that way, the magnetic force is attracted. And that this magnetic principle transcends the rationality of the materialistic outlook. What we're going now is going beyond the materialistic outlook by invoking the magnetic principle, by referring to the attraction of spiritual powers. I remember some years ago at the World Centre, had a bunch of visitors who come in busloads to visit the shrine, and usually they're running late and the tour guide rushes them through. And I was around there, and a group of non-Baha'i visitors to Israel who came, and they were running late, and so they came to the shrine of the Bab, and in those days non-Baha'i visitors could enter the shrine of the Bab. Now, because of the crowds, it's not possible. Anyhow, and there were this group of individuals running late, and so one of them said, "I'll go in and see what's there." And the others waited outside. The individual who went inside came back and said, "There's nothing in there." So the others didn't need to bother going into the shrine of the Bab, and they could maintain their schedule and went off as they wished. And I remember being quite fascinated by that comment because it indicated a certain outlook by which there is nothing in the shrine of the Bab. There's nothing to see there. There's not even anything useful on the wall other than the tablet of visitation. It is basically an empty room. And someone from a materialistic outlook would find it very strange that Baha'is come from all over the world and take off their shoes and go in and put their forehead to the threshold of an empty room. And some of them weep, and some of them are deeply moved by the empty room. And to me, it captured the essence of the outlook that we aspire towards, of recognizing the existence of a spiritual world as well as a material world, and wanting to attract its mysterious spiritual powers for our spiritual development. Okay, I think that finishes what I want to say today. Tomorrow, I want to go on and develop the magnetic principle somewhat further. We'll find that there is a complication which I've concealed from you, but which will be disclosed tomorrow, which will make things a little more complicated, but not too bad, but we'll have to survive it. And when we survive it, we'll have a somewhat fuller view of the magnetic principle. There's some things I want to, that I've skirted around that we'll come to tomorrow. Good morning, friends. This is the third of 4 sessions on the material and spiritual worlds. In the first session, we discussed the Baha'i concept of the 2 worlds material and spiritual. Spiritual, the world of values; material, the world perceptible by the senses. And one of the points made was that we human beings live in those two worlds simultaneously, and that any actions we take are actions which are of consequence in both worlds. This led us into the second session yesterday, which dealt with an exploration of what the Baha'i teachings say about how we can attract spiritual powers to us from the spiritual world, which enable us to reinforce our activities constructively in this realm of existence. And that led us into the intriguing concept expounded by Abdu'l-Baha, the so-called magnetic principle, using magnetism as an analogy for the arrangement of actions or attitudes in a manner which conforms to the law of nature or the divine law, and which therefore attracts or has associated with it what we call magnetism, and that is used as an analogy for the attraction of the spiritual powers. That then led us into a discussion of the various categories of spirit which are manifested in the world today, the mineral, vegetable, animal, human spirit, and then of course the spirit of faith, all as deriving from the power of the Holy Spirit. Today we want to take it a step further by introducing the dimension of time. This has been absent thus far. Yesterday when we talked about the magnetic principle, it was basically a snapshot, taking a picture at one point, the point being of the individual who carries out certain activities which attract spiritual power. For example, prayer. The individual says prayers, and those prayers, although it appears a trivial action in the material sense, are of great significance in attracting spiritual powers. The act of having faith, the act of teaching the cause of God, and the like. These are snapshots taken at a moment in time which indicate how we attract the spiritual powers. But today, when we incorporate the dimension of time, we find, somewhat regrettably, if you will, that things become a little more complicated. Not terribly so, but enough to make it interesting. Before we go further in this, I might mention that my understanding of the writings is that when we proceed from here to the next world, when we die, in other words, we go to a realm which, as the writings say, Abdu'l-Baha says, the kingdom of heaven is not a material place. It is sanctified from time and place. In other words, we have the dimensions of space and time as part of this realm of existence, but in the next world, if you will, it is, as Abdu'l-Baha says, it is a spiritual world without the dimensions of space and time. Abdu'l-Baha goes on to say, to be limited to place is a property of bodies and not of spirits. He says further, place and time surround the body, not the mind and spirit. So it is beyond those dimensions. This immediately gives us the corollary that we cannot comprehend the next world. We can speak of it in terms of values and attitudes and things that are good, bad, or indifferent, but we cannot visualize what it is because we are unable to visualize anything that is outside the dimensions of space and time. We can deal with it or manipulate it mathematically as one does in certain mathematical theories, but as far as conceiving it in our imagination or our visualization, that is not possible to us. What we know is that while we're in this realm of existence, we mark the passage of time in two ways. I'm using particular terms here. One is to describe the passage of time as being marked through recurrent or circular events. The sun comes up this morning and it's whatever day it is, I've lost track of the days, but let's assume it's Wednesday. Is that a reasonable statement? It's Wednesday. Okay, the sun comes up tomorrow and lo and behold, it's Thursday. Recurrent events used as a mark of time. And there are a number of recurrent events to which we are exposed in this realm of creation. We also mark time by linear events as well as circular events. Circular events are what I described, the sun coming and going. Linear events are those that are irreversible. A baby proceeds to childhood. The child proceeds to become a youth, to become an adult, who becomes an elderly person. These are irreversible consequences of the presence of time. So in this very sort of simple-minded approach, we see time to which we are exposed in this realm of creation as having two characteristics: recurrent or circular, and linear or irreversible. I mention this because both these elements occur in the Baha'i teachings. In the Baha'i teachings we find recurrent practices as well as linear or irreversible practices. And so we need to consider both types of event in examining the Baha'i teachings, particularly in relation to our spiritual development. Let us focus largely on the recurrent events or the circular events because they are the source of our growth and development. We know, of course, very, very well that the world in which we live is full of all kinds of recurrent circular events. The transit of the sun across the sky, lunar cycles, the effect of the motion of the moon on the tides, the passage of seasons, movement in a subatomic realm, the subatomic movement of electrons and around the nucleus, and the movement of various atoms in a larger structure. In astrophysics we have things like Halley's Comet that turns up every so often as a cyclic event by which people in the past would measure that passage of time. The fact that certain times of the year there are meteor showers, we can predict those as coming at a certain time of the year. It is a recurrent event. The rotation of the Milky Way around the centre of the galaxy is a recurrent event, what's it, every 25,000 years, more or less. And then, of course, astronomers have found most recently that the entire galaxy has a rotation to it with a cycle, and that galaxy is part of a cluster called a supergalaxy, in which there is movement of the various galactic elements. And if that's not bad enough, the whole supergalaxy is part of a larger system of clusters of supergalaxies, by which time our resolution power of telescopes runs out, and we know the universe is beyond our ability to discern it through present-day optical or electromagnetic techniques. We know that human physiology has its circular events. The process of breathing in and breathing out, are circular events. The heartbeat, the so-called circadian rhythms of the fluctuations of secretions and endocrine systems and the like over the period of a day or over a lunar cycle or beyond, seasonal effects, so on. Sufficient to say that we in this realm of existence are immersed in a world of circular or recurrent events. It is therefore not unusual to find in the structure of the Baha'i writings and the Baha'i teachings the existence of circular events and circular or recurrent religious practices enjoined upon us. And one might well summarize these various circular events of our religious life as being those that put us into synchronism with the world in which we find ourselves, synchronizing with the sense of cyclical or circular or recurrent activities which are part of our existence in this realm. For example, daily obligatory prayer, the recitation of the holy writings at least once a day, the recitation of the greatest name to which we are enjoined in the Kitab-i-Aqdas. The fact that our teachings tell us to bring ourselves to account each day is another circular event. That each day we bring ourselves to account, review our progress and make plans for the future, another circular activity, part of the recurrent practices of our religion. And of course all kinds of other things. We can go on at great length. The 19-day feast, the observance of holy days and tutelary days, the fast, Baha'i elections and community activities. It's interesting that in devising the core activities of the 5-year plan, one element of those are intensive growth programs, and the structure that has been found most appropriate is a recurrent one. Recurrence or circular events occur in the form of the intensive programs of growth. They have their various phases, and these phases then repeat in a cyclic manner. And so there again, there is a synchronism with the larger forces of society by virtue of our indulging, if you will, in recurrent events as part of our religious practice. And of course, at a much larger level, Baha'i activities of international conferences and going on pilgrimage at least once a year, or once in one's lifetime, if circumstances allow, are all part of the rhythm of recurrent events in Baha'i life. Baha'i philosophy has the same sense of recurrence. If you look in the Kitab-i-Iqan, the references to return and resurrection are of a cyclic nature. The concept of progressive revelation has inbuilt into it the sense of return and resurrection of a cyclic nature, and in the larger scale of vast lengths of time, our writings speak of universal cycles, the cycle of the dispensations making up the prophetic cycle of many thousands of years, and into the future, the anticipated sequence of dispensations making up the cycle of fulfillment. All of that leads us directly into what I want to talk about this morning, and that is our application of the magnetic principle in recurrent practices. In other words, what I'm saying is we have the magnetic principle that Abdu'l-Baha set out, which we discussed yesterday. Now we want to put it into practice, and we need to put it into practice not just one shot as a snapshot taken at one point in our lifetimes. We want to put it into practice on a recurrent basis. For example, one of the points in the magnetic principle was that of prayer. And basically it says that if we make an effort to recite a prayer, that will attract a measure of the Holy Spirit. Well, we want to do more than just say a prayer as a one shot at one time in our lives. We want to say it on a recurrent basis. And it is that issue that we wish to discuss this morning. What are the factors involved in practicing on a recurrent basis those things which are described by Abdu'l-Baha as sources of magnetic power or spiritual power, using the magnetic analogy? What we find, because the whole thing is just my understanding, what we find is that when we want to put the magnetic principle into practice on a recurrent basis, we need to draw on three important principles. We need to add these three principles to our existing understanding so that we can practice these recurrent cycles in an appropriate manner. I want to mention those three principles and to discuss them in a little detail. There are three principles which seem broadly applicable throughout the entire range of Baha'i teachings. And they're not particularly complicated, but they're very significant. The first is set out again by Abdu'l-Baha, although it appears intrinsically in the writings of Baha'u'llah himself. And it's a simple principle where Abdu'l-Baha says, and it's quite a simple statement, but one has to be very careful of simple statements in the Baha'i writings because they're deceptive. Lots of things are said very, very simply and very straightforwardly, and you're inclined to say, oh yeah, okay, that's right, that makes sense, what's next? And then you stop and think about it, thinking, whoops, he's really said a lot in that one statement. This is one of those. Abdu'l-Baha says, change is a necessary quality and an essential attribute of this world and of time and place. Change is a necessary quality and essential attribute of this world and of time and place. Things change, like it or not. There is no standing still. If you're not going forward, you're going backwards. Things are changing. Things will change. It is a necessary quality and essential attribute. You can't sit back and say, it's time for a breather, let me rest for a while, and then later, when I'm feeling a little more like it, I'll pick up this whole spiritual thing of spiritual development and the like. Doesn't work that way. Change is a necessary quality, an essential attribute of this world. Our religion is a religion of change, like it or not. You might say, oh, I like it, I like the idea of change. Life's not boring if there's change. But also, change means that unfamiliar things turn up down the road, and one has to adjust to things that are unfamiliar, things that are novel, things that one hasn't been done before. In 1996, the House of Justice adopted certain views, certain expressions, which have given rise to the activities of advancing the process of entry by troops, which we're engaged in now until the year 2021. And this involved things we were not otherwise familiar with, the so-called core activities of the social activities of the faith. It is a reasonably radical change, and a number of people had trouble adjusting to it. They weren't used to it. Why can't we keep doing it the same way as before, and the like? But change is a necessary quality, an essential attribute of the world. And of course, the universal house of justice, as the head of the faith, is intrinsically, and by its very terms of reference, an agent of change. Change is built in to the terms of reference of the house of justice. It is charged to effect change. One of its central roles is that to build the world order of Baha'u'llah that involves change. And the House of Justice functions include creating new institutions as necessary. Some years ago, I occupied myself with the thought of considering the golden age of the cause of Baha'u'llah. You know, we have the heroic age and or apostolic age and the formative age, and then ultimately the world order of Baha'u'llah will be established. We'll move into the golden age of the cause in this dispensation, and it'll be a very wonderful time of peace and harmony and very meaningful human relations. And it's described in many places in the writings. And the issue that I raised with myself was, clearly the golden age will be a wonderful time. And we'll agree on that by definition. But I said to myself, won't the golden age of the cause be unutterably boring? Won't it be a time of being terribly boring, of sitting around eating grapes and relaxing in the sun or anything like that? How is it that the golden age will be other than a period of very pleasant existence, but without any particular challenge to it, without any particular difficulty? Every day is a lovely day like every other day. It's a bit like kind of Queensland, you know. And then, sorry about that. I take that back. What is it that'll make it interesting? Because life, to be interesting, has to be more than just one pleasant day after the other. And eventually I answered my own question by reading a message of The Guardian called Unfoldment of World Civilization in the book World Order of Baha'u'llah. And in that book, The Guardian describes some of the characteristics of what people will be doing during the Golden Age, in the very last part of that message. And lo and behold, the Golden Age of the cause of Baha'u'llah will intrinsically be a time of change. Change is integral to the Golden Age. It indicated to me that to the ideal human condition is one of creativity, of change and growth. And Shoghi Effendi sets out in that message in some detail how that change will occur, what challenges there will be to the development of human society during the Golden Age, what tasks will be which it will be called upon to accomplish, the issues that will be before it, and it's clear when you go through that list that it's subject to change. This occurs very, very broadly. The ideal the human state is one of change rather than static. So that's the first of three principles which I think are applicable in applying this magnetic principle. The second one is even more crucial, and that is the writings state, as far as I understand it, that this religion differs from the conventional expression of most religions around the place in that it places its primary value on effort rather than achievement. This is in contrast to the world around us. The world around us necessarily places its primary emphasis upon skill of achievement rather than effort. Let us say your taps are leaking in your house and you decide you want to get a plumber. You can either choose a plumber who's very, very skillful, who has a high level of achievement, or you can choose a plumber who makes terrific effort, who's willing to try very, very hard to solve the leaking pipe problem. Well, no contest. Let's get the skillful plumber, the one who's willing to make a great effort. He can go practice on some other poor soul, but not on us. And so it is throughout the world in which we live. Our emphasis is on achievement, not effort. I spent a fair part of my working life at a university, and one would assess students and give them grades based upon their level of achievement. They would pass or fail exams, not on the basis of their effort, although effort was, sort of taken into account, but not the primary consideration. We live in a world which places quite necessarily its primary emphasis on achievement rather than effort. And it seems to me that in the Baha'i teachings, it's t'other way round. For example, Shoghi Effendi says through his secretary, the very act of striving to serve, however unworthy one might feel, attracts the blessings of God, enables one to become more fitted for the task. And another similar passage, the harder you strive to attain your goal, the greater will be the confirmation of Baha'u'llah, the more certain you can feel to attain success. I find this most significant, that the Guardian says, the harder you strive, the greater will be the confirmation. In other words, the more effort you make, the more you will attract the spiritual powers. It's, in a mathematical sense, almost proportional to the effort rather than to the level of spiritual accomplishment. This is radically different. It's entirely different to the way we've been brought up unconsciously in this society. Our religion seems to me to put principal emphasis in value upon effort rather than achievement, and that is very central to the application of the magnetic principle. That it'll depend in operating the magnetic principle to attract the spiritual powers. We will attract them proportional to the effort we make rather than to our level of spiritual development. This has incredibly widespread ramifications. For a start, it means we cannot judge each other spiritually. We cannot judge or assess how much effort another person is making. You and I presumably are not alcoholics. There may be some here in this audience who are, and that's their private business. It's not our business. But let us assume that most of us are not alcoholics or never have been involved in the in alcohol to any significant extent. To us, it is no effort to avoid drinking alcohol. Take somebody who comes from a heavy alcoholic background. He or she will make a great effort to avoid taking a drink every now and then. Sometimes they'll succeed, sometimes they'll fail. You and I cannot possibly imagine the degree of effort required for that person to break loose from their habit of drinking alcohol. We cannot assess the effort required of any other person, even in something that seems very obvious and very straightforward. Therefore, we cannot judge each other, and therefore the House of Justice, in its message on universal participation around 1966 or 67 or whatever, it says that we should, as a community, constantly encourage each other, that our relationships are those of encouragement rather than those of handing out gold stars and silver stars for accomplishment. It is rather the recognition that encouragement supports effort rather than achievement. Another implication is that no human being is too far gone to attract spiritual powers. That might sound like a very strange thing to you. It's not intended to be. I've spent a good length of my life involved in the administrative order, and in carrying out various functions, I've come across a number of very well-meaning, fine Baha'is who have come from a background where they feel themselves to be worthless. For whatever has happened to their lives or whatever they've been through, they feel that God must not value them, and that therefore what is the use of striving to develop spiritually? This may sound a very strange line of thinking to you. It's not intended to be. There are individuals around the place who feel, when they think about things they have done which are quite contrary to the Baha'i teachings, so they didn't know what the teachings were anyhow, and as a result they feel themselves worthless. They feel themselves as removed from the love of God. And to such people, obviously it's a private matter, so you don't get involved in it, but if people come to you and talk about it, then one can say to them that this principle is one of putting value on effort rather than achievement. And a consequence of that is that nobody is too far gone. You can be a hitman for the mafia or something like that and have done all kinds of terrible things and left a pile of smashed up kneecaps behind you or anything like that, and you're not too far gone to attract the love of God and the prospect of spiritual development. So it is a message of reassurance to people who feel themselves as coming from backgrounds that are extreme in degradation. The other side of the coin is you're not in such great shape that you don't need to keep making an effort. You can't sit back and say, hey, I made it. You peasants should keep working, but but I've already got there. I've become this very spiritually developed individual, so I can relax and I don't have to read the writings every day, or I don't have to focus on the prayers or all this kind of stuff. You guys keep working at it. You've got a long way to go. I've made it. Because that violates this principle. This principle is that of placing emphasis upon effort rather than achievement. The consequence is nobody's in such great shape that they don't need to make an effort. The Guardian refers to this phenomenon in certain places where he describes how sometimes an individual will serve the faith in a very distinguished way and carry out heroic or sacrificial services, and next thing you know, they've burnt out, they've gone cold. And in some instances, it may cause many different reasons, but one reason may well be the fact that they've reached a point where they decided that they were in pretty good shape, and so they became sanctimonious or superior, or conveying by body language their sense of superiority to the hoi polloi around them. So it's a very important principle, but it places emphasis upon effort rather than achievement. There were three things I wanted to mention as three principles applicable to the application of the magnetic principle. The first is the concept of change as being a necessary condition as part of human life. Secondly, the emphasis in the Baha'i faith being on effort rather than achievement. And the third one is this, that we are told in the writings that, well, there's still part of the second one, that it is important in such a process to make a beginning. This is kind of obvious. The model we have at the moment, we're going to mess it up in a moment, but the model we have at the moment is of the individual making an effort, attracting spiritual powers and being reinforced by them. The consequence of that is that one should make a beginning and then the system will build up. All you have to do is make a beginning. Abdu'l-Baha's famous statement in 1912, when he laid the foundation stone for the Baha'i House of Worship in Wilmette in Illinois, he said, "You have only to begin, everything will be all right." And that applies generally to our spiritual practices. The simple model that I'm going to ruin in a moment is this. You make a start and make a teeny bit of effort. Why a teeny bit? Because that's all you're capable of. That attracts a little bit of spiritual power and makes you stronger. Lo and behold, by coming stronger, you're able to make somewhat bigger effort, not quite so teeny. That bigger effort attracts a greater measure of the Holy Spirit, and so therefore you become even stronger. Now you're in a position to make quite a substantial effort. By a greater effort you're making, you're attracting an even greater measure of spiritual power, and you become a whole lot stronger. That then leads you to make an even greater, I mean it gets boring after all, okay? You get these shaggy dog stories. And so it goes on. It's what we call a positive feedback cycle. The effort you make draws spiritual blessings that make you able to make an even greater effort, which attracts an even greater measure of spiritual blessings, which makes an even further effort, and you become stronger and stronger. In other words, intrinsically, the process of spiritual development is one of drawing on this feedback relationship between effort and the spiritual powers attracted. And that's why Abdu'l-Baha says, just make a start. Just get on the moving escalator and the thing will keep growing and growing and growing. And so much in Baha'i practice involves calling upon the individual to make a start, to make an effort, and things will come good. And that applies in Baha'i community activity as well as individual activity. Now, we have a problem before us. The problem is that there's something wrong with what I said. Because what I've said is a basic feedback relationship. Effort, attracting spiritual powers, making you stronger, making greater effort, greater measure of spiritual power, etc., ad nauseam, ad infinitum, I guess nauseam as well, but ad infinitum, going on forever. The problem is that if that were true, we would all be highly refined spiritual beings already, all floating up around the ceiling. And I hate to tell you, but we're not. If what I have said is all there is, we would just make a start, things would grow, this positive feedback thing, we'd attract greater and greater spiritual blessings, make greater an effort, etc., and we grow without limit to become refined, outstanding, highly developed spiritual beings. That hasn't occurred. It may have in your case, but not in my case. That hasn't occurred, so we say there's something wrong. There's some missing factor. There's something that hasn't been put into this picture which makes it more realistic. And that's exactly right. This picture of the feedback relationship between effort and spiritual powers reinforcing has a big flaw in it. And that flaw is the existence of tests. Tests, if you will, mess it all up. The Guardian says we should not, however, forget that essential characteristic of the world is hardship and tribulation, and by overcoming them we achieve our moral and spiritual development. Baha'u'llah in the Hidden Word says, if adversity befall thee not in my path, how can thou walk in the ways of them that are content with my pleasure? And there are many other passages which go along with it. One more I can read from the Guardian. He says, we must always look ahead and seek to accomplish in the future what we may have failed to do in the past. Failures, tests and trials, if we use them correctly, can become the means of purifying our spirits, strengthening our characters, enabling us to rise to the greater heights of service. If we add tests and challenges to us, that now we have an adequate model. And the model then is of the individual who makes an effort, is subject to tests in the process, and by striving to overcome those tests, by persevering and dealing with the obstacle to effort, attract spiritual powers which make them stronger, and then they make an even greater effort which often attracts even greater tests which they strive to overcome, and they go on. So the process is basically correct, provided that you add tests to it as an integral part of the cycle. Efforts, tests, and then spiritual rewards leading to the cycle repeating itself. As we all know, these tests are very insidious. We as Baha'is, and it's a whole other subject we haven't discussed at all, we do not believe in an independent force of evil. We differ from a lot of religions around the place that believe in the existence of a devil or Satan or Iblis or some such thing. Our writings do not tell us that we do not believe in an independent force of evil. But the term Satan is used in the Baha'i writings to symbolize the operation of the material nature of the human being. With that preamble, I want to draw your attention to a statement of Abdul Baha about tests, in which he says, Satan appears to you in the dress you find most attractive. It's a pity. I didn't make up the world. God made it. Well, don't blame me. Tests appear in a manner, in a form which you find most attractive. If you are a person who has grown up with a less than good relationship with your parents, you may find yourself tested by the fact that the Baha'i teachings call for parental approval or permission before you get married. And you become really hot and bothered over the subject, I'm big and strong, I'm whatever age I am, why should I go to my parents like a child and say, please, can I marry this particular person? Satan appears to you in the guise you find most attractive. If you come from a background where you've experienced sexual discrimination or oppression because you're a female, you come to the Baha'i faith and you enter this wonderful religion of freedom and emancipation, and bless my heart, you find in the middle of it is the universal house of justice, the membership of which is confined to male. And then you become very hot and bothered that you'd think a modern religion like this wouldn't be saddled with something like that it is. Satan appears to you in the guise you find most attractive. You may have come to the faith from having broken away from a religion which had a concept of an infallible head. And then as time goes on, it became clear to you that this was not accurate, that the so-called infallible head was fallible. You broke away from it, you looked for another religious belief, you became a Baha'i, wonderful thing, democratic and all the rest of it. Lo and behold, eventually somebody broke the news to you that we regard the head of the universe, of the body, the universal justice, as infallible. And your heart sinks and you say, I thought I was coming into something that was 21st century, and here it is, it has this 16th century concept buried in the middle of it of the infallible body. So, many, many ways, Satan appears to us in the guise we find most attractive. And in that sense, this cycle that I'm talking about of applying the magnetic principle involving effort, tests, and then spiritual rewards, the tests are not to be trivialized. They're not to be ignored. They are difficult. Otherwise they wouldn't be tests. And what's tests to one person is not to another person. Distractions, procrastination, rationalizing to avoid having to take action, peer pressure, fear of ridicule. For example, if you're observing the fast and everyone around you is eating like a hog, and here you are not eating anything and subject to ridicule over why aren't you eating, why don't you just take a drink, why don't you just have one sandwich or something like that. The materialistic outlook is a test. The frustration at apparent lack of result. You might say, I've been practicing the Baha'i teachings for so long, doesn't seem to have made any difference to me, doesn't seem to have had any effect. Why should I keep doing it? It's a bit like the child that says, why should I keep cleaning my teeth every day? Doesn't seem to have made any difference, they're still the same. So sometimes a test to us in religious practice is resentment of the required discipline that the religion imposes. This usually occurs during the month of March around 4:15 a.m. Around 4:15 a.m. in the month of March, the bed is lovely and warm, the pillow is nice and soft, you're buried in some wonderful blankets, and the thought of having to get up and find something to eat and to force it down your throat at sunrise is not something that's at all attractive. You can easily become very resentful. So there are many other such tests. Nevertheless, that picture that spiritual development presents to us is this complex picture of effort, tests, overcoming the tests, and achieving spiritual rewards. I now want to read to you a passage from the writings of The Guardian, which puts all this stuff together. And I will read it twice. The first time I'll read it, I'll do it at normal speed, and many of you will find it almost incomprehensible because it's a complex statement. Then I'll read it like a civilized person, much more slowly, and we'll pull it to bits and we'll see that it's pretty straightforward. The Guardian is speaking about hostility to the faith. He says, with every fresh outbreak of hostility to the faith, whether from within or from without, a corresponding measure of outpouring grace, sustaining its defenders and confounding its adversaries, has been providentially released, communicating a fresh impulse to the onward march of the faith. While this impetus in its turn would through its manifestations provoke fresh hostility in quarters heretofore unaware of its challenging implications. This increasing hostility being accomplished by a still more arresting revelation of divine power and a more abundant effusion of celestial grace, which by enabling the upholders of that faith to register still more brilliant victories, would thereby generate issues of a still more vital import and raise up still more formidable enemies against a cause that cannot but in the end resolve these issues and crush the resistance of those enemies through a still more glorious unfoldment of its inherent power. Basically challenge any of you to understand that when it's read out like this. What you have to do is to say, whoops, slow down, stop, let's look at this phrase by phrase and see what we make of it. And that's what I want to do now. The Guardian begins by saying that when the faith is subject to hostility, it gets an outpouring measure of a measure of outpouring grace, which sustains its defenders. So far, so good. Okay. Faith subject to attack, it gets this outpouring grace and it overcomes its enemies. So what? Fine. Simple. He then goes on to say this outpouring grace, strengthening its defenders, communicates a fresh impulse to the growth of the faith. That's what you expect. Fine. The faith receives this outpouring grace because it's overcome its enemies. That strengthens it. It goes on even further in its onward march. The Guardian says this impetus, in its turn, provokes fresh hostility. Because now we're stronger. And so we arouse more enemies. And the Guardian says this fresh hostility is accomplished by an even more arresting revelation of divine power. So this fresh hostility attracts even greater spiritual power to sustain us. That then enables us to register even more brilliant victories. And the Guardian says that then generates issues of still more vital import and raises up still more formidable enemies against the cause. And that then enables us to receive a greater measure of spiritual power and go on to even greater victories. What I hope is I'm conveying to you this cycle of effort, making a tremendous effort to overcome tests, going on to receiving the blessings of spiritual power which strengthen us, enable us to achieve great victories and to go on from there. It is a cycle. Am I explaining this in a halfway intelligent way, that the Guardian is speaking of the things we have said that have these three components to them? Effort, the response to hostility, being blessed with spiritual power, that makes the faith even stronger, raises up new enemies, we make an effort to overcome them, we receive an even greater measure of spiritual power, go to even greater strength. It's a wonderful thing. You can analyse the history of the growth of the Baha'i faith along this model. The Guardian then goes on to say the resistless march of the faith of Baha'u'llah resolves itself into a series of rhythmic pulsations. And we can see that in what he's described. The thing is a cyclic thing. So you get the spiritual power, makes us stronger, that then enables us to do wonderful things, raise up new enemies, the whole mess repeats itself and as it goes on. So the Guardian says the growth of the faith is rhythmic pulsations as you go through each cycle. And I think that's why he describes it in those terms. He uses all sorts of other things he adds to it, but he refers to the faith as going through what he says as a series of rhythmic pulsations, which he says are precipitated on the one hand by the explosive outbursts of its foes, and on the other hand by vibrations of divine power. You might say, well, where does it all end? It all ends with the vanquishing of its enemies and the triumph of the cause. So we can raise even greater hostility, even greater opposition, draw upon even greater spiritual powers, overcome them, and ultimately the triumph of the cause occurs. It doesn't go on from now till the end of the cycle of fulfillment. It goes on until the faith triumphs. So it's a complicated picture. I spent this time on it because my personal view, and only my personal view, is that the same model applies to the individual. You make the effort, you are confronted with hostility, which may be internal hostility. Why do I need to get out of bed at 4:15 in the morning? Something like that. You make a supreme effort and overcome it, attract spiritual powers, grow on to victories and so on. It seems to me that the spiritual growth of the individual is one that occurs not just evenly, but in fits and starts or rhythmic pulsations. We don't grow in a rhythmic even kind of way. It seems to me my own experience of myself and others is that we grow in a challenging way through fits and starts, through rhythmic pulsations. What does all this mean? It means that if we hang in there, if we continue to make this effort, if we survive the challenges and tests and go on to attract a greater measure of spiritual power, we become spiritually developed. And I want to give you an example of spiritual development. And it occurs in the book Memorials of the Faithful, which is the account by Abdul Baha of various people that he was with in the Holy Land. And this account, I'll just summarise it. It's much better than the way I'm summarising. It's worth reading for itself. It occurs, Abdul Baha describes how one day he's in Akka with the companions, and they're in Akka, and it looks like they're on the roof of the caravanserai, which presumably is kind of a mead in Akka, and it's getting towards sunset. And Abdul Baha is walking on the roof with his companions. And just about sunset, they see on the distant seashore that a carriage is approaching from Haifa. You know, there's the Bay of Acre, and you're on the caravanserai. You can see way in the distance. In those days, there was no freeway. The carriages came along the edge of the beach from Haifa to Acre. Okay, it's sunset, and they see in the distance this tiny little dot, which is a carriage approaching, way off on the horizon. Abdu'l-Baha says, I observed a carriage was approaching. Gentlemen, I said, I feel that a holy being is in that carriage. It's a weeny little dot way off on the horizon. It was still far away, hardly within sight. But somehow Abdu'l-Baha feels that there's a holy being in that carriage on the horizon coming from Haifa. So he says to his companion, let's go down from the roof of the caravanserai. The land gate is about to be closed. Let's go on and tell the guard at the land gate that we have somebody coming from Haifa, and please keep the land gate open until that person arrives. Go and tell the guard a carriage is coming. I think it's bringing one of our friends. They come down off the caravanserai and they go off to the land gate. By that time the sun has set. The main gate, the big gate, has been closed, but there's a little space. If you go to Acre, you'll see that the big gate has a little space that individuals can get through. It's still open. So they find the guard and they tell him that there's one of their companions is coming. They don't know who it is. And please leave that open. The guard is very cooperative. He says he'll do that. He even brings a chair so that Abdu'l-Baha can sit down, and they wait. And they wait a while, and eventually the carriage arrives, and lo and behold, the individual who is in the carriage steps out and comes to greet them. And it is a man who's called the Great Afnan, Haji Mirza Muhammad Ali, a member of the Afnan, a highly distinguished member of the Afnan family. And he is a very outstanding individual, and this man arrives and is greeted warmly by Abdu'l-Baha. Abdu'l-Baha says, what a radiant face he had. He was nothing but light from head to foot. Just to look at that face made one happy. He was so confident, so assured, so rooted in his faith, his expression so joyous. He was truly a blessed being. He was a man who made progress day by day, who added every day to his certitude and faith, his luminous quality, his ardent love. He made extraordinary progress during the few days he spent in the most great prison. And Abdu'l-Baha summarizes his story by saying, the point is that when his carriage had come only part of the way from Haifa to Acre, one could already perceive his spirit and his light. And I offer this as an example of spiritual development to which we might all aspire, to reach that condition where even from a long distance away, those who are spiritually perceptive, such as Abdu'l-Baha, could perceive that this was a spiritual being even when it was a dot on the horizon. And it is that we're striving towards by the practice of this magnetic principle, observing the various things we've discussed today. Thank you. We have a little time left for any questions you might have before we go to get coffee or tea or whatever it is we're going to have. Yes, Ian?
the Islamic tradition practice effort, would they be receiving the same kind of blessings as this dispensation?
It's a very interesting question, concerning the fact that in other religions such as Christianity, there is effort is practiced. Would that attract the same blessings? Let me make a point before I get directly to the question, and that is that when I read the Baha'i writings about the emphasis on effort, and I go back and read other religious scriptures, such as the statements of Christ in the New Testament and even the Quran, they seem to be saying the same kind of thing. So it isn't as if the Baha'i faith has suddenly discovered something brand new that's not in other religions. It's rather that the Baha'i faith is putting fresh emphasis on something that's a deep religious truth, which is part of the nature of creation. So in that sense, it seems to me that a true Christian studying closely the words of Christ in the New Testament would come to similar conclusions, presumably if he or she allowed himself to be detached from Orthodox Christian theology. And that, of course, is up to the individual. In that sense, I think what I've talked about this morning about effort is a basic spiritual truth rooted in the nature of human beings in relation to God. And so it applies to all human beings, no matter whether they're religious, non-religious, or what religion or whatever. It's just been clarified by Baha'u'llah rather than something brand new that never existed before. And in that sense, it would be applicable to all people. Yep.
I'm just wondering, when it comes to creation and things, has everything already been created, or is God constantly creating new things in different worlds, or has it all already existed? Has it already in existence from the moment He created everything, or is there things like science is still discovering things, and is God creating a new something, like a new fish in the sea, or some new life on another planet, or is He just sitting back watching us do our thing? Or that's
I didn't get it. Can somebody say it again for me?
Oh, sorry. I was wondering if God is still creating things.
Yeah.
Are they new life forms and?
Okay.
Yeah.
In other parts of the universe.
Yeah, or even on our planet.
Okay. For a start, it seems that any attempt on our part to try and say what God is doing and not doing is probably a little presumptuous, one way or t'other. Secondly, we have the fact that God is beyond the dimensions of space and time, and that's implicit in dimensions of space and time are implicit in any statements about the actions of God. So all of that complicates the matter. We can certainly see in the world in which we live, all kinds of new things are appearing in life forms. There are new life forms appearing quite commonly in the earth at the present time, and they are quite intriguing and giving us new insights into the nature of life and the nature of the vegetable and the animal spirit. For example, you find some of the studies that are going on around the Chernobyl nuclear reactor that blew up in Belarus or whatever some years ago. There's still intense radiation around there, but various plant life is emerging of a novel nature which can survive in the intense nuclear radiation of the Chernobyl environment. So new things are developing. Finding all kinds of weird things in the rifts in the oceans around where the two plates come together and new forms are developing there. So creation continues to develop. As far as what's happening elsewhere in the universe, we only have the very brief statements of Abdu'l-Baha and even briefer statements of Baha'u'llah concerning the fact that life appears in all parts of the universe. Abdu'l-Baha says in a book called Divine Philosophy that life appears in other parts of the universe in a form appropriate to the environment in which it is. So we have these fragmentary things, but certainly indicate that there is a lot going on in terms of the creation of new forms of life on Earth as well as in distant parts of the universe. Okay, yes. Yep.
My question has maybe a three-part, but it's around the same topic. So in regards to tests, first part is, are all tests, obviously God tests us because He loves us, but are they all gifts? Are some tests can they be considered punishment? That's part A. Part B is it possible for not all tests to be from God? Is it possible that you're testing yourself? And then part C is, if you seem to be tested on the same things over and over and over again, and obviously, you get, when you get past a test, you get confirmations, you draw closer to God. If you're being tested on the same things over again and you only finally pass it on the 10th go, do you get 10 points? Do you go 10 times closer? If it's based on effort, is that the way it works, or is it just 1 point?
Yeah. There's really a fairly comprehensive answer one can give to all of these questions, and that is that they all relate to the application of the justice of God, which is beyond our comprehension. For example, let's say, I know it's difficult for you to imagine, but let's say I were a nasty person. Oh, great, thanks. Thanks very much, folks. Okay, presumably there's somebody here who's prepared to say I'm not a nasty person. Let's say I was a nasty person and I go around beating up small kids and the like. You would say that's terrible. But on the other hand, maybe I'm a nasty person because I was brought up in a violent environment where that was the mores. And so you say, well, okay, he's doing this because that's how he was brought up. It's really his parents who are at fault. But why are they doing it? Because they were brought up in a certain other way. So you go on and on trying to find the root cause of the behaviour. To what extent is my violent behaviour attributable to my own free will, and to what extent is it due to the way I was brought up unconsciously regarding beating people up as normal? You see the point I'm making? We can't separate these things. We can't tell what the justice of God is and how it operates. All we can say that it sure operates beyond our capacity to comprehend, and that applies to things like the nature of tests. Clearly, there are some tests that you bring on for yourself. I mean, if you walk outside on the street and get hit by a bus, are you going to say that was the divine will, or it was just you were stupid and didn't look both ways? Things like that. If a test comes, say, 10 times, does that mean that you're just so obstinate and that you don't learn by experience, or that you do learn by experience? The question of rewards of tests is a whole nother issue. Again, it's one that is beyond simple comprehension. I remember some years ago reading the prayer, well, I guess it's Tablet of Ahmed, that says that if you say this prayer in an appropriate manner, you have the reward of 100 martyrs. And without questioning the wisdom of God, I thought this looked a little unfair. Here's this person sitting in a nice armchair and with music on and relaxed, and it's an air-conditioned room and all that kind of stuff, and he or she is saying this prayer with absolute detachment and the like. That seems a whole lot easier than getting martyred 100 times. So I said to myself, why is it that the statement of the writings is that the reward of this person reading this prayer, absolute detachment, is equal to that of 100 martyrs? If I had to choose, this is what I choose rather than the 100 martyrs. It doesn't seem to fit together. And then when I thought about it some more, I thought that there is a poetic element to it. What is the reward of 100 martyrs compared to the reward of 94 martyrs or 96 martyrs or 17 martyrs or the like? We're talking about spiritual development and spiritual qualities that are non-quantifiable. And that Baha'u'llah's use of this phrase of the reward of 100 martyrs is a poetic way of expressing to us that the reward of saying the Tablet of Ahmad in a spirit of absolute detachment is massive, beyond comprehension, enormous. You can't even begin to dream of how great the reward is if you say this prayer in an appropriate manner. And he could have written, the reward is massive, dramatic and the like, and it wouldn't have had much effect. When you say 100 martyrs, it grabs you, it grabs your attention. It's a poetic way of expressing himself because we're talking about things that are non-quantifiable. And I think that applies to this test that comes 10 times. You get 10 point or 1 point. It's what mathematicians call an improperly formulated question because it requires a quantified answer and it's a non-quantifiable issue. But overall, anything to do with these issues of the justice of God, I think are beyond our comprehension, beyond our ability to dissect them and to apportion elements of them. Yeah, there was some hand down here someplace. Yeah, okay.
Why isn't there a woman serving on the International House of Justice?
I thought somebody would ask a question. We're now time for the commercial break. Some years ago, this is a commercial break, some years ago, Janet and I decided to write a book on the advancement of women, and we did this and the thing is out the door. In formulating that book, we said to ourselves, such a book would be dishonest if it skirted around this major issue of the absence of women on the Universal House of Justice. And so we have written our thoughts on that subject in relation to the authentic teachings and tried to separate authentic teachings from non-authentic, and it's 15 pages or so on that subject. It's quite a massive part of chapter 4, and it goes into it in great detail, and I don't want to attempt to summarise an argument which we worked out very thoroughly and very carefully over a considerable length of time. And so the commercial break is to refer you to that book, to Chapter 4 of that book refers to the question of the membership of the Universal House of Justice. It raises a number of issues concerning how does that relate to the equality of the sexes, to the principle of the equality of sexes, how does that provide suitable guarantees that women will not be suppressed in this dispensation as they have been in other dispensations and the like. All those issues are addressed. ultimately we get to the question as part of that section of the book on what is the reason. And the answer given by the Guardian and the Universal House of Justice is that the reason will become as clear as the midday sun in the future. This is most interesting. For a start, it is, as it says, the reason will become clear in the future, which means it's not clear now, but underlying it is the issue of why that they don't come clean. Why don't they finish with the whole business and say, this is the reason, finish? Why is it said in that way? We offer the speculation, and it is our speculation, that the reason or the purpose of giving such an answer, the reason will become clear in the course of the midday sun in the future, is because we're asking the wrong question. The right question to be asked is, what is the difference between men and women? And we cannot yet answer that question. When we answer that question, the other question will become easy. For example, we say boys are aggressive and girls are peaceful and calm and the like. You give the girl the doll to be played with and you give the guy the gun. And so he becomes aggressive and she becomes peaceful and passive. So the wrong question is formulated and then out of it come incorrect inferences. You find in the Baha'i community there is speculation about reason for not women on the House of Justice, and we say in our book very politely that we respect all these speculations but disagree with all of them. One speculation is that it's because women have kids and they're pregnant and you don't want a pregnant woman on the House of Justice. Well, we don't accept that. What's the problem with having a pregnant woman on the House of Justice? It can be managed very easily. We have pregnant women on national assemblies and local assemblies and the like. It doesn't create the end of the world. What's the big deal here? It's not the problem. If you want to get into a blazing fist fight, you can offer the reason that it's because women are emotional and tender-hearted than the men. And I hear this reason given from time to time and in speculation on this subject. And one respects speculation, but certainly I would not agree with that in a million years. If poor dears are so emotional and this and that and the other, let's not put them on national assemblies. And let's not put them on local assemblies, or let's not make them as councillors or auxiliary board members. It just doesn't work. The socialisation process has created the emphasis on certain qualities and not on certain others, and a bunch of other speculations. So the various speculations current in society, we don't agree with them. We don't offer a counter-speculation, but rather we say that as it says it'll become clear as the course of time, as clear as the midday sun, and that we should focus on creating a society which reflects the equality of the sexes, so it will become clear what the difference is between men and women. We do not have a society at the moment which reflects the equality of the sexes. We have a wonderful Baha'i community of people committed to the practice of the equality of the sexes. But if you were to analyse any one of us in detail, I'm sure you would find unconscious prejudices, unconscious assumptions that we don't know anything about, which we're working on as part of emancipating ourselves from the pressures of the present society and creating a new society which reflects equality. It may be 500 years before we have a Baha'i community which adequately expresses the equality of the sexes, and then it'll become clear. But all those things are in the book. This is all a long commercial. Commercials always are too long. This is one of those, and certainly in that book we examined it in detail. Got time for one more question if we have one. If anyone wants, yes. Yep.
In light of Baha'u'llah's exhortation to be anxiously concerned with the needs of the age you live in and center your deliberations on its exigencies and requirements, and the obvious failure of global political institutions to effectively deal with climate change, is it incumbent on the Baha'i institutions to lead the battle for environmental sustainability, or does the responsibility lie solely with the individual?
It seems to me that the question concerns climate change and the relationship between climate change and the political or social system in which we live. And certainly I think there is a definite relationship. From that comes the issue of what should we do. One possibility, one possible strategy is for the individual or the institutions to focus on measures to combat climate change. Another possible strategy which I favour is rather to focus on changing the whole system. Because you can deal with climate change and lo and behold you get zapped by nuclear proliferation or all kinds of other things. We have an existing social system in every part of the world which is inadequate to a multitude of human needs at the present time, of which climate change is one. And the world order of Baha'u'llah is our divinely ordained approach to changing the entire system, not by revolution, but by evolution, not by pulling the whole rotten mess down, but rather by creating new institutional practices which will ultimately replace the existing ones. So in that sense, what we call the Baha'i administrative order and the future world order of Baha'u'llah is far more than a pleasant way of occupying ourselves or of governing a Baha'i community or practicing equality and democracy and all kinds of other things. It is no less than the Baha'i beginning to replacing the entire governance system of every society on this planet, a consequence of which would be the resolution of a multitude of problems, of which climate change is one, obviously a very important one, but whether it's more important than some of the other problems is arguable. So it is by focusing on the world order that we effect a fundamental solution to this issue. Let's stop at this point. Thank you. Good morning, dear friends. This is the fourth in the series of 4 sessions dealing with aspects of the Baha'i teachings which concern matter and spirit and their interrelations. In the first session we looked at passages from the writings which speak of the existence of the 2 worlds, the material and spiritual worlds, the fact that we dwell simultaneously in both worlds and any actions we take have consequences in both dimensions. This led us into enumerating the foundations of the Baha'i teachings on this subject, and that in the second session gave rise to examination of what Abdul Baha refers to as the magnetic principle, using magnetism as the analogy for the fact that actions or attitudes which are in conformity with a divinely prescribed law, be that a law of nature or a law of the revelation, that such actions attract spiritual powers in a similarity to those of magnetism. Then we went on to to look at the categories of spirit which are attracted and the various categories set out in the teachings, including, of course, the human spirit, which is of crucial significance to creation. In yesterday's session, we took it a step further to application over a period of time. Until that time, we just looked at it as a one-shot in terms of the fact of the attraction of spirit in response to appropriate attitudes or actions. And we saw there that in the teachings, the application over a period of time involves invoking some additional principles of the faith. The first being the fact that Abdu'l-Baha states that change is a necessary part of existence, that things will and always will change, and therefore we should adjust to that and ensure that the change is positive and constructive. Any attempt to not change means by clear implication that we're going backwards. We then looked at the fact that in applying the magnetic principle, it is important that we recognize what I called a feedback effect. You make an effort and it gives rise to a certain result. That certain result then strengthens you, and you can make an even greater effort and give rise to an even greater result. All this predicated on the fact that the Guardians tell us that the principal value in our religion is effort rather than achievement. And the fact that effort is of greatest significance to us leads us to the statement that Abdu'l-Baha made in setting the foundation stone of the temple at Wilmette, which is a statement of general significance, that the important thing is to make a start. That having made a start, you plug yourself in to this cycle of effort, achievement, leading to greater effort, leading to greater achievement. This feedback cycle in advertising, if you're selling skin cream, is called the itch cycle. That you have an irritation on your hand, you scratch it, and that leads to a result which makes you scratch even more, and then that in turn leads to you wanting to scratch even further, so it goes on. And then we saw that this very simple-minded model of effort leading to achievement, leading to greater effort, and so on, is perturbed by the fact that creation involves a challenge and test. That when we make the effort, we are generally tested, and we have to summon up our resources to overcome the test, and that leads us to the desired result, which attracts the spirit and empowers us to go further, and that in turn leads to the raising up of further obstacles which are overcome in order to achieve an even greater measure of spiritual reward. And we looked at where the Guardian had set that out in relation to the development of the Baha'i community, and how he described the growth of the Baha'i community as being a series of rhythmic pulsations by virtue of the operation of this cyclic thing of effort and achievement and leading to greater effort, leading to greater achievement. And I made the personal inference that that applies to us as individuals. Things are never even or linear, some more than others. I might mention that for many years when I served in the Holy Land, one of the things I would do, among other things of course, was to meet with pilgrims who came from a 9-day pilgrimage, and an essential element of that 9-day pilgrimage was to go to the holy shrines. And so we'd have 200 or more pilgrims come, and they were greeted by our pilgrimage department and taken to the shrines. In some cases, it was a very wonderful experience. In other cases, it wasn't. Some people would go to the shrines for the first time, say the Shrine of the Barb, for example, and they were totally overcome, absolutely floored by the power of the shrines. They would weep, they would sink to their knees, they'd be almost unable to move. There was a tremendous, deep spiritual experience. Others went to the shrines and it was as if they felt like a tourist. They went in and find everyone else is down on their knees, so they do likewise. They put their forehead to the threshold and they look around and that area needs painting and this curtain has a little tear in it and so on and so forth. And they realize that they appear to be getting nothing from the shrines, whereas others around them are weeping and the like. This then makes them feel very discouraged, as if they must be some terribly unspiritual being, that they've come to the holy shrines as an essential element of pilgrimage and they're not getting anything from it. And what I do is talk to pilgrims about this sort of thing and raise it with them and tell them that if you're part of the second category, never mind. Don't worry about it. Don't get yourself in a lather over it. That the whole process of spiritual development has ebb and flow. Times when you're really plugged in, times when you're not. And that applies to all elements of human existence. If you look physiologically, there are cyclic phenomena in the physiology of the human being and endocrine and all that kind of stuff. And so we have medical doctors prescribing medicines to be given at a certain time in the day because that's most appropriate to the physiology of this cyclic variations over a day or over a month or the like. So I say to them, don't worry about it. It is simply a cyclic thing that today you went and you didn't feel like it, tomorrow you go and you feel like it tremendously, or it's something that builds up over a period of time during the pilgrimage, or it may not build up till after the pilgrimage is over. You may go through the whole 9 days of pilgrimage and it's as if you're a tourist for those 9 days, but it's all been recorded in your memory, and as you think about it and meditate on it in weeks and months to come, so the spiritual impact will come to you. So it's all part of the fact that what we're talking about are fairly simplified descriptions of things that are very complex because they involve human beings. So far, and until this morning, what we've done is talk about the individual and the individual's functioning as a means of attracting spiritual powers and developing himself or herself on an individual basis. What I want to do today is to draw on passages of the writings which indicate that we function best in the process of spiritual development, that we function best with interaction with other human beings. This is a fairly radical idea in religion, because traditionally religion has called upon individuals to perfect their spiritual character in isolation. That's why we have monasteries. That's why we have spiritual retreats. That's why over the history of religion, individuals have gone off to live in the desert or to live in a cave, to separate themselves from the rest of society in order to clean up their act, to develop themselves spiritually and to refine their character. This is not a concept that is endorsed in the Baha'i teachings. Going off by yourself for a period of time is okay, it's legitimate. Obviously, we have the record of Baha'u'llah going to Soleimania at a certain stage from the Baghdad period. We have the record of Abdul Baha after the passing of Baha'u'llah going and dwelling in the cave of Elijah at the head of Mount Carmel as he dealt with the adjustment to the absence of Baha'u'llah, as Janet has been mentioning in the sessions on Bahia Khanum. We do have Shoghi Effendi going to Switzerland for a period of time as he prepared for assuming the full weight of the guardianship of the cause. These are temporary, they are of a limited duration, quite different from what we're talking about this morning. In the Kitab-i Aqdas, Baha'u'llah reveals how many a man has secluded himself in the climes of India, denied himself the things God had decreed as lawful, imposed upon himself austerities and mortifications, and goes on to point out that this is not appropriate at this time. In another place in the tablets of Baha'u'llah, he says, "O people of the earth, living in seclusion or practicing asceticism is not acceptable in the presence of God. It behoveth them that are endued with insight and understanding to observe that which will cause joy and radiance." Again, we have to be careful where we take that. It doesn't mean that anyone who lives in seclusion is violating the teachings. If you're, say, a nomad taking care of cattle or horses in Mongolia or the like, or you're a lighthouse keeper, or you're on an Antarctic expedition, something like that, you're living in seclusion for a period, but it's not for the purpose of religious development, it's the purpose of carrying out your job. It's quite different. Why is it that we have in our religion the view that the individual best develop himself or herself spiritually by interacting with the larger society? It seems to me that that derives from a very interesting principle set out in the Baha'i teachings. And I want to read that to you. Shoghi Effendi states in one place, "We cannot segregate the human heart from the environment outside us and say that once one of these is reformed, everything will be improved. Man is organic with the world. His inner life molds the environment and is itself also deeply affected by it. The one acts upon the other, and every abiding change in the life of man is the result of these mutual reactions." And that seems to me to encapsulate the basic theory on which our interaction with society rests, that it is an interactive relationship. The individual is affected by the society around him, and is in turn, he has an effect upon it. And that interactive relationship is constructive to the development of his spiritual being and also to the development of society. And that then gives rise to a whole variety of Baha'i teachings. This cleanliness thing we've been wrestling with for several days derives from this principle of the interaction between the individual and the environment. The injunction in the Baha'i teachings to develop cities and towns and the whole basic environment of the earth, which will, of course, will be accomplished to a greater extent in the golden age of the cause, derives from that and the like. A whole lot of things in the teachings can be collected together under that principle, leaving aside the teachings which relate to the improvement of the environment and climate change and the solving problems of the pollution of the earth and the like. What I want to do this morning is to look at some examples of aspects of the teachings which refer to the individual developing spiritually or drawing on spiritual powers through interaction with the larger society. And I'll take a few examples. There are obviously a whole lot more, but they are taken in order to illustrate the point that I've made already, that the individual in our religion develops best through interaction with others and with the larger society. One example, and probably the most fundamental example, is that of the covenant. We're told in our religion that the individual develops through adherence to the covenant, that this is an absolutely indispensable element of spiritual growth, and that interaction with the covenant involves a relationship with others. For example, Shoghi Effendi in God Passes By refers to statements of Abdul Baha about the covenant. And lo and behold, to our immense satisfaction, he quotes Abdul Baha as saying that the covenant is the magnet of God's grace. That by our adherence to the covenant, we attract miraculous spiritual powers. The grace of God is channeled through our adherence to the covenant, just as a magnet has magnetic powers associated with it. Abdul Baha clarifies this in innumerable places. Let me read only one of them. Abdul Baha says, "Be ye assured with the greatest assurance that verily God will help those who are firm in his covenant in every matter, through his confirmation and favour. He will make them the signs of guidance among the creation, and shining and glittering stars from all horizons." So, any discussion of spiritual development of the individual, any reference to the individual in relation to those around him or her, must necessarily begin with the condition of the covenant as a crucial element. This is obviously not the time or the place to try and attempt an exposition of the covenant. It is a very big subject. It relates to the fact that ordained in our religion are institutions which derive their authority from Baha'u'llah, which have a defined function in relation to the believers, which are a source of preserving the purity of the faith, of maintaining unity, maintaining the flexibility and the integrity of the teachings and of the Baha'i community. And I'm sure that all of you are very familiar with the details of the covenant and the local assemblies and national assemblies and House of Justice, hands of the cause, councillors, auxiliary board members, their assistants and so on. And it's a vast subject which we don't want to even get into. What I rather want to do for a few minutes is to step back from it and say, okay, I accept what Abdul Baha says, that the covenant is the magnet of God's grace. I accept the fact that through our adherence to the covenant we attract spiritual powers. I'm not arguing with that or questioning it. All I'm saying is, why does it work that way? How does it happen to be? What is it about my adherence to the covenant that gives rise to attitudes which conduce to spiritual growth? And I want to set out a few of the answers I've given myself. Firstly, the most fundamental answer is the fact that through adherence to the covenant, I become part of a Baha'i community that doesn't tear itself apart. In other words, through adherence to the covenant, I create the foundation of a community which is not self-destructive. About a week ago, the Taliban put bombs in a mosque somewhere in northwest Pakistan, it was maybe Peshawar or someplace, and blew up a whole lot of the faithful. Very horrible thing, made all various newspapers of the world. These were a bunch of Shias who were praying together, and the Taliban, who have a Sunni connection, put a bomb there and killed them while they were at prayer. That relates to the covenant. And of course, the other way around, in Kerman, in Iran, again around the same time, the reverse happened. Shias killed the Sunnis who were engaged in worship in a Sunni mosque. All of that gives point to our adherence to the covenant. That from the very beginning of Islam, with the passing of Muhammad and the appointment of Ali as Imam and the decision of the majority of the fledgling Muslim community in Medina to nominate or elect Abu Bakr as Caliph, followed by Umar and Uthman and so on, the covenant was shattered in Islam. That was in the year 632, and now 1400 years later, we have Shia and Sunni tearing each other apart, destroying the foundations of their religion, creating a horrible situation for devout, sincere, devoted Muslims who are caught in the maelstrom of the Shia-Sunni calamity which is affecting their religion. So, when we read passages in the writings of the faith which refer to the importance of adherence to the covenant, we might well look at that in the context of historical circumstance, not simply of Shia-Sunni tensions, but also the tensions within other religions of the prophetic cycle between the... by golly, that lady needs some water again. Oh, you're right, okay. The tensions between Catholics and Protestants, between Orthodox and Catholics, if you look at the whole mess of the Balkans and the former Yugoslavia and the like, all looking at those things historically and in their contemporary form may well be the most fundamental reason why we say that adherence to the covenant is a necessary condition for our spiritual development. Because otherwise one is led into circumstances where the foundations of the religion are violated, as is occurring with the suicide bombers and the violence afflicting the relationship between Shia and Sunni in the Muslim world. But there are other reasons. Our adherence to the covenant involves recognizing human vulnerability to ego-driven views. When we are adhering to the covenant, we are accepting the fact that we are not always 100% right, and everyone else is a stupid idiot. We're recognizing the fact that in some cases where we think we are very right and we have this wonderful idea that's the best thing since Einstein, that in fact it's our ego. And that we are vulnerable to being affected by these ego-driven views. We can become obsessive about them. And our adherence to the covenant means that we are prepared to accept that we may not be right if the institutions of the faith, if the elected institutions say, nope, we're not going to do that, we don't accept it, we've decided to go another way. Another element of our adherence to the covenant, which has a spiritual effect, is our obedience to authority, even if the reason is unclear. The covenant requires us to accept and obey the decision of the elected body, even if we can't see the reason for it. We may not see the reason for it. It could be because we're just not very, not very bright, if you will. Or it may be that there's secret elements that the elected body doesn't want to tell us because of their confidential nature. Or it may be that it's just too complicated a matter to set out. Whatever the reason, the covenant requires us to obey even if the reason is unclear. And this is a lot to ask, because people are brought up to say, show me, tell me. If you'll explain to me, I'll go along with it. If you don't, I'm sorry, I'm not going to obey. And that, of course, is contrary to the covenant. We obey even if the reason is unclear. What makes it even worse is the writings tell us is that you obey first, then the reason will gradually become clear, rather than you say, well, I withhold obedience until the reason becomes clear. You might say, hey, what about independent investigation of truth? That's getting it all around the wrong way. We investigate the truth of Baha'u'llah's claim to be the manifestation of God. We do this independently. We decide, yes, it is right, he is a manifestation of God, I accept his claim. His claim is to be a bringer of truth. What he says is true. I've independently investigated it, and one of the things he says which is true is the authority of the institutions of the covenant. So it doesn't violate independent investigation of truth. Rather, it is a direct consequence of having carried that investigation and coming to its conclusions. An element of the covenant is our willingness to give authority to holy text and authoritative institutions. We conform to the law of parental consent to marriage, not because we may particularly like it or feel good about having to go to our parents on this subject, but rather because it is authoritative text and we follow it. We follow the fact of what the writings say about the impermissibility of homosexual relations between members of the Baha'i faith. Whether we see the reason for it or not, whether it makes sense to it or not, whether we're going to get people criticising us for being homophobic or whatever, we do it because it is part of the authoritative text. Our teachings tell us very clearly that homosexual relations, the practice of homosexual relations, is not permissible for Baha'is, and it is authoritatively interpreted by the central figures of our faith. It's not subject to change throughout this dispensation. So we give authority to it, even if the reason is not clear, even if it makes us unpopular in the society around us, and so on. You find in the Kitab-i Aqdas reference to penal laws, to laws for punishment of various crimes. And you find that the Kitab-i Aqdas prescribes a range of penalties for a variety of crimes such as murder and arson and the like, and that range includes the death penalty under certain circumstances. This is tremendously unpopular in our society. Country after country is abolishing the death penalty as one of the ranges of punishment for certain crimes such as murder or arson. We don't go around saying put everybody to death around the place, but we do say that it is a legitimate part of the range in the future when the Baha'i society established. And we say that because it's in our teachings, whether we like it or not, whether it makes us unpopular or not, and generally these are the kinds of things that do make us unpopular in the larger society. Nevertheless, we do not yield on these things. They're part of our faith, and this is part of our covenant. One of the intriguing elements of the faith is the fact that we are told that the administrative order which derives from the covenant has a spirit associated with it, and that we draw on that spirit through our involvement in the administrative order. Shoghi Effendi refers to what he calls the spirit that has incarnated itself in the institutions of a rising faith. And he goes on to say what it's done and the obstacles to it and the like. And that is quite mysterious, that by our involvement in the administration of the faith, not simply as serving as members of a body, but rather that our cooperating with it, participating in the work of the institutions of the faith, we draw on a spiritual power. The institutions of the faith give rise to a spirit which is accessible and in fact indispensable to us in our development as individuals. This leads me into a related point. I want to go back to the second session where we talked about the magnetic principle. And you remember we talked about the magnetic principle that Abdu'l-Baha had said that when you take the various elements and they conform to divine order, there's a spirit attracted to them. And one of the examples that is mentioned in the writings is that of the human being. Human beings represent an example of the magnetic principle, that the act of pregnancy, the act of fertilization of the ovum by the spermatozoa, creates a pattern of arrangement of elements, of atoms, if you will, that attracts the spiritual power of the human spirit. And then somewhere down the road, many years later, the person dies, that pattern is disrupted, and the human spirit is no longer attracted to that body, but proceeds to the realms beyond. So an application of the magnetic principle is the pregnancy and death of human beings. The point about all that is that the magnetic principle draws our attention to the spirit being associated with that form. And we know, of course, our writings tell us that the spirit is associated with the human spirit is associated with the embryo from the time of conception. The point I want to refer to now is the fact that we, in this process, create an organic unit called an embryo. Later, that organic unit is called a baby because the thing has emerged. And later, that organic unit is called a child or a youth and an adult, and so on. It is an organic unit. It grows organically, by which I say it develops gradually, and it manifests the human spirit with which it has been endowed. It manifests it gradually. There's a point to what I'm saying. The point will become apparent in a moment. What I'm saying is that the magnetic principle gives rise to organic units which manifest their powers gradually and which are therefore readily underestimated in their early stages. Take a small child. he or she has the human spirit associated with the small child. You see that the small child has trouble doing up the buttons on the shirt because they don't have the dexterity for it. And you look at small child struggling to do up the buttons on the shirt, or struggling to find its mouth with a spoonful of food or something like that. And if you didn't know better, you'd say, don't tell me this is the small child that later is going to be operating an iPad or flying a plane or doing something very complicated. Don't tell me that. The kid can't even find his mouth with a spoon. And we say, calm down. The kid's growing. Give him time. As years go by, powers unfold. And this child that can't find the buttons on his shirt will in time do highly complex things, operating nanotech machines and doing all sorts of stuff. It is the unfoldment of the organic unit which will unfold its powers gradually, and they will become apparent. Well, why am I dwelling on this? I'm dwelling on it because there is a radical, amazing statement in the writings. It's so amazing that we tend to skate over it and not dwell on it. And that amazing statement is set out in the writings of authoritative writings of our faith, and it tells us that the institutions of the administrative order are organic units. They have the characteristics of an organic unit. When we bring into being a spiritual assembly, we are giving rise to the creation of an organic unit. We bring together the elements to make up the spiritual assembly. The thing is formed, it elects, it starts to function, and lo and behold, a new organic unit has come into the world. Just as the conception of the embryo is the creation of a new organic unit, so the institutions of the cause are organic units. What that means is that they have a life associated with them independent of the individual components. And you'll find that on occasions when you've had to deal with a local or a national assembly, sometimes when that occurs you don't notice any different, but other times it seems very, very different. Usually if you're in some kind of distress and you turn to a local assembly, you find that that's the time at which you recognize the difference of power of that institution. I dwell on this for one very definite reason, and that is I refer you to the passages in God Passes By where the writings speak of spiritual assemblies. And Abdu'l-Baha there says, these spiritual assemblies are shining lamps and heavenly gardens from which fragrances of holiness are diffused over all regions, and lights of knowledge are shed abroad over all created things. From them the spirit of life streameth in all directions, potent sources of the progress of man at all times and under all conditions. Wonderful things about the spiritual assembly, a source of the progress of humanity, all times and all conditions, spirit of life streameth in every direction. The point I'm making is that it is far from obvious initially. I've participated over 50 years in the formation of a great many spiritual assemblies in various continents of the world. And in most cases, when you form the spiritual assembly, it is initially a fragile thing that's liable to collapse if you breathe on it too hard. It shows no sign whatsoever of the spirit of life, or a potent source of the progress of man at all times and all conditions. Our poor old spiritual assembly consists at most of 9 people. 3 or 4 of them have no idea what they're doing anyhow, but they've been drug along to make up the 9, and the thing survives, and eventually it elects a secretary and a chairman, and with a bit of luck it remembers to hold the feast, and it staggers along for a while till it gets it to act together. And this fragile creation continues to limp along for several years before it develops itself even further. I look at this spiritual assembly, which is hanging on by its fingertips in terms of survival, and sometimes it doesn't, it collapses at risk. But even if it's hanging on by its fingertips, I look at it and I'd say, wait a minute, is this the thing that Abdu'l-Baha has said is a potent source of the progress of man? From them the spirit of life streameth in every direction. I'm not even sure the thing's alive itself, let alone the... So I say to myself, how does all this fit together? Why is it that I see with my own eyes how fragile the spiritual assembly is, how much difficult it has making even the most obvious, simple decisions? Why is it that Abdu'l-Baha refers to it as a potent source of the progress of man at all times and under all conditions? The answer lies in the concept of the organic unit. It's exactly the same as looking at this poor little kid trying to find their mouth with the teaspoon and saying, is this the kid that's going to be flying a jet plane some point in the future, or operating a very complex instrument or machine? Answer, yes, because it will develop in an organic way. And so it is when you have the organic units of the administrative order, they give rise to growth and development over a period of time. It's easier in the case of children. One does become frustrated at times. The kid makes such a mess over the kitchen table by inability to find their mouth with the spoon. One does become frustrated. But nevertheless, by and large, we are patient, because we know that little kids grow up into big kids, and that little kids learn all kinds of skills. So we hang in there, we're patient with the child, knowing that he or she will grow and manifest wonderful qualities. What we need to do is show the same degree of patience with our spiritual assemblies. It's easy to become frustrated with them. It's easy to dismiss them or look down one's nose at them because they have trouble deciding where to hold World Religion Day, when anybody could choose anything and be done with it and not waste a lot of time. We have to be patient with them, recognizing that they are organic units and they will grow as children grow. There are many other elements to the development of, or the access to spirit through participating in the administrative order. One of the ones I wanted to mention, which I'm not going to because of the limitations of time, I wanted to make some mention of Hakukala as another mysterious example of how spirit is channeled through the administrative order, through the individual adhering to the law of Hakukala, which is giving a certain portion of one's surplus of income minus expenditures to the head of the faith, that attracts remarkable spiritual powers which are described in the writings. I'm not going into that this morning because a funny thing happened on the way, and that was that I was asked to speak on this subject in Melbourne at a Hakukala conference, and so at that point I set out everything I knew on the subject and a whole lot more besides. And that was then videoed, and it's going to be distributed by the Board of Trustees of Hakukala, so it'll be accessible to those who wish to study it at some point in the future. So I've chosen not to be repetitive about it today. What I want to do in the remainder of the time is to move on to a somewhat related but somewhat different subject. And what I'm going to talk about now is very strange. So far what we've done is reasonably strange. And we've proceeded from that to somewhat little more strange by getting into organic units, the fact that the spiritual assembly is the creation of an organic unit analogous to the creation of a fertilized embryo. Now we want to finish up by going right out on a limb into very strange. And the very strange we want to do is simply this, that the writings indicate to us that these great spiritual powers are associated not only with appropriate attitudes and actions on the part of the believer, but they are associated also with things. That certain locations, certain places have a spirit associated with them. And that may seem very, very strange, as we'll see as we go along. To some of us, it isn't strange. I remember some years ago, Janet and I went to Lima, Peru. And one of the things that's in Lima, Peru, is the Museum of the Inquisition. And if you go there, you can go to this Museum of the Inquisition. It is the building where the Inquisition occurred in South America. And they have these fiendish instruments of torture that were used on the poor souls who suffered the Inquisition. And you see what they did to them and the like. And the point is that when you go there, you sense a certain feeling in that building. You sense that people have suffered unspeakable agonies in that building in centuries gone by, and that has left some kind of feeling in the building. And so one is usually spontaneously moved to prayer when you visit the Museum of the Inquisition, because of one's recognition that we are in a place which has been affected by intense degree of human suffering in centuries gone by. There are other locations where you go into a place and you realize that there's something about it which indicates to you that its atmosphere has been changed. When we first moved to Brisbane in the 1970s, we wanted to buy a house, and we looked at a whole bunch of houses, and I remember we went to one particular house that seemed very nicely set out and a nice location, and everything about it met our needs, but it had a funny feel to it. And Jan and I independently walked around the thing and made our notes, and later when we compared notes, neither one of us could see anything wrong with the house, but we didn't want it. It didn't feel good. Later we found that the thing was being sold because of a fairly violent disruption of the marriage. And so they decided to sell the house as the marriage broke up. And it seemed to us that in that house had occurred terrible things in terms of the conflict between husband and wife, and that had affected its atmosphere. This could be all hooey, it could be all imagination on our part, or it could have some validity. Nevertheless, at the time, we felt that the atmosphere of the place was changed by what had occurred there. So we are not unfamiliar with the view that certain locations have a certain feeling associated with them. Now we find in our religion that concept recurs. For example, let us begin with Mount Carmel itself, where, as we saw this morning on the video, where the Baha'i World Centre is. The writings describe Mount Carmel as the mountain of God of immemorial sanctity. In other words, from time of antiquity, Mount Carmel has had a sanctity, a holiness associated with it. What do we mean by that? It seems to me we mean by that there's a spiritual atmosphere associated with that mountain, which is why it's called the Mountain of God. Here we have an example of a location in the world to which spiritual association is connected. This applies in other aspects of the Baha'i teachings. One issue that came up in a meeting with the youth yesterday afternoon was the question of the DNA or the atoms of the manifestation of God. And the issue, as I understand it, can best be focused by raising a question that a believer raised with Shoghi Effendi in decades gone by. And as I understand it, the believer wrote to the Guardian and said, why is it that we should visit the holy shrines? After all, the holy shrines are where the bodily remains of a manifestation of God are buried. Nobody's questioning that. But the question is, what's different about the body of a manifestation of God that I should spend several thousands of dollars, save up for a long period of time, journey from one end of the earth to the other to say my prayers at that holy shrine? Aren't they just atoms like anybody else's atoms? Is it just carbon and nitrogen and phosphorus and calcium and all the rest of it? What's different about the remains of the manifestation of God that we say it's a holy shrine and it's a good thing to do to make a pilgrimage to it? The Guardian's reply is very interesting. On behalf of the Guardian, the response is this: the atoms of the prophets are just atoms like all others, but the association of this great spiritual power with them leaves in the place they are laid to rest a spiritual atmosphere. They are no doubt endowed with a tremendous spiritual influence and far-reaching power. But the physical characteristics of their atoms are not different from other people's any more than their bodies and physical functions are different. So in response to this issue that was raised yesterday afternoon, one can say the atoms and the various physiological characteristics are no different from anyone else. But the association of the spirit of the manifestation with that body has left a spiritual atmosphere associated with it, even though the manifestation spirit is not tied to that body now that it's passed to the next realm. So there is still a spiritual association, but not any change in the atomic structure or the physiological characteristics of the body. And that then gives rise, of course, to the fact that we wish to make pilgrimage to the shrines. We wish to partake of the spiritual atmosphere of the shrines, recognizing that we are visiting a place where the atoms of the remains of the manifestation are like anybody else's atoms, but recognizing that the presence of the manifestation of God in that body during that period of existence has left a spiritual atmosphere with it. It is for this reason that we have the description of the shrines in the Baha'i writings. For example, Shoghi Effendi refers to the shrine of the Bab as a focal center of divine illumination and power, the very dust of which Abdul Baha averred had inspired him. Why are we saying this? Because there is a spiritual atmosphere associated with the remains of the manifestation of God in the shrine of the Bab. It goes beyond even the manifestation. For example, in 1939, Shoghi Effendi interred the remains of members of the Holy Family of Baha'u'llah. He interred them on Mount Carmel in what we now call the Monument Gardens. The remains of the Greatest Holy Leaf, those of her brother, the Purest Branch, and the mother, and they are now interred on Mount Carmel. And when The Guardian did that in 1939, he said that this action he took incalculably reinforces the spiritual potencies of that consecrated spot. This is the same point made here, that these are physical remains. They're atoms no different from anyone else's atoms, but there is a spiritual atmosphere associated with it. So now we have certain locations in the world that have a spiritual atmosphere associated with them. In a sense, it is a broad extension of the magnetic principle to include inanimate places as well as actions taken by living human beings today to attract the spirit of the cause. That those places, such as the Monument Gardens, shrines, and the like, have a spiritual power with them. Related to that, Shoghi Effendi referred once more to the Monument Gardens and to the association of these three figures of the faith, the Bahia Khanum, Purest Branch, and Mother, and he said about it an even more mysterious thing. He said the association of these three incomparably precious souls, I'm skipping out some bits, in such a potentially powerful spiritual and administrative center is in itself an event which will release forces that are bound to hasten the emergence of the world order of Baha'u'llah. Now we're going even beyond this into really far out on a limb kind of things. We've proceeded to say that the association of these members of the Holy Family, their remains in the Monument Gardens, creates a center of spiritual power. Okay, fine, we can accept that. But the Shoghi Effendi has gone even further, and he said that association, creating that sense of spiritual power, is bound sooner or later to release forces that will hasten the emergence of the world order of Baha'u'llah. And we strive in vain to find a simple explanation. Because what we're seeing is the very act on the part of the Guardian of bringing those sacred remains and interring them on Mount Carmel hasten the emergence of forces which would lead to the development of the world order of Baha'u'llah. We say to ourselves, what on earth is the connection? How can it be that we are saying that his act of moving the remains from point A to point B and reinterring them on Mount Carmel could hasten the emergence of the world order of Baha'u'llah? What on earth could be even the remotest connection between those two things? and it can only be understood in terms of the existence of the spiritual world, the existence of spiritual powers, the connection between spiritual and material. The action of the guardian in creating the monument gardens and the remains interred there is an act of spiritual consequence. That spiritual consequence leads to an energizing of the forces that are bringing about the world order. Baha'u'llah can only be understood in spiritual terms. This brings me to what is basically my final point, and that is to extend the concept of locations having spiritual power associated with them to beyond holy shrines to Mashriq al-Azkars. Shoghi Effendi in the 1950s, when he called upon us to erect a number of additional Mashriq al-Azkars, I guess Kampala and Frankfurt and Sydney, he wrote about it in very unusual and mysterious terms. He described each of these Mashriq al-Azkars as a tabernacle for the glorification of the Messenger of God. That's not particularly mysterious, it's what you expect. But then he described each of these Mashriq al-Azkars as a house for the indwelling Spirit of God. And that is strange. What he's telling us is that by going ahead and building the Mashriq al-Azkar, and I'm sure this is applicable also to the Mashriq al-Azkar of Samoa and Panama and Chile when the thing is built, that they are houses for the indwelling Spirit of God. At one level we say to ourselves, hey, come on, they're concrete and steel and glass and wood, and you're telling me that by arranging concrete and wood and steel in an appropriate way, the indwelling Spirit of God occupies it. That is very strange. Exactly right, exactly right. Just by arranging atoms of carbon and nitrogen and phosphorus and calcium and whatever, it becomes a house for the indwelling human spirit for a certain period of existence. It is the magnetic principle taken almost to its limit. In the case of the Mashriq al-Azkar, we have an edifice constructed in accordance with divine prescription and being conducted in accordance with divine prescription. It attracts spiritual powers by the magnetic principle, and Shoghi Effendi describes the attraction of that spiritual power as representing the construction of a house for the indwelling Spirit of God. And in that sense, the Mashriq al-Azkar has a profound spiritual mystery to it. It's more than just a fancy building, more than just a beautiful place to go and worship, and it's cool in the summer and the like. It is rather a place we go to, and when we go to it, we know that we are in the presence of a location of what Shoghi Effendi describes as the indwelling Spirit of God, and so we react appropriately to it, and that, of course, is increasingly characteristic of the way we are treating the houses of worship, that we're beautifying them, and the people who are chosen to be the caretakers or the custodians of these houses of worship recognize increasingly the enormous privilege and responsibility they have been given to be custodians of an edifice which is, as the Guardian describes, the house of the indwelling Spirit of God. As time goes on, that will become increasingly apparent. As decades go by, so the attitudes we show to these Mashriq al-Azkars will reflect our recognition of their spiritual significance. but I wanted to mention that as yet another example of the magnetic principle carried almost to its limit to inanimate or seemingly inanimate objects which are constructed, but which are constructed in accordance with divine prescription. In that sense, then, the magnetic principle is as broad as it is long. It is without limit in description of human conduct, human attitudes, the collective actions of human beings in the administrative order, and then beyond that into the construction of places, locations on the earth which have a spiritual significance beyond that of the commonplace events and places of the earth. Okay, let's stop at this point because time is almost gone, and I want to leave time for any questions you might have on any subject of interest to you. And my presentation this morning and my presentation over these 4 days has been deliberately designed to raise issues for further consideration rather than to present a complete statement on this subject. There are lots of things to be thought about. This thing this morning about the interaction between the individual and the environment. What I've said is superficial. There's a huge amount more to be thought about it. The whole concept of magnetic principle is something to be developed even further. There is much more in the writings on this subject than I have mentioned, partly because of lack of time and partly because of lack of understanding on my part. You'll find if you can locate the tablet of Abdu'l-Baha to Dr. Forel, F-O-R-E-L, that you'll find that it is a lengthy tablet which is chock-a-block full of very profound statements, some of which I've mentioned in the presentations during this series. I've struggled with the tablet of Dr. Forel over a lengthy period of time, and I've found it necessary to supplement it by looking at relevant passages of Promulgation of Universal Peace and some answered questions, as well as some other places. And even after having struggled with it for what really is several years, I still realize that all I have done is scratch the surface of a very profound tablet of Abdu'l-Baha in which he sets out the whole of the big picture of creation, involving individuals and society and astrophysics and all kinds of things. It is something that I think people will study for centuries into the future and will get far greater wisdom from it than I have even alluded to today. So the whole purpose of this presentation is to encourage you to make your own study of these subjects and to proceed to take it even further. Anyhow, now let's stop and see if anybody has any questions. Yep.
Talking about the association of spiritual things, location.
Yeah.
Thinking about in many cultures, they have got practice like voodoo and this thing. Are there associations to things, spirit, or because the non-existence of the evil? So, what are these things?
Yeah. This question concerns the breadth of the application of the principle of association of spirit with certain objects and places in the universe. One has to look at the application of that principle in conjunction with the rest of the teachings, because the rest of the teachings say that there is no independent force of evil. And so the whole theory of voodoo, as I understand it, rests upon the existence of an independent force of evil which is attracted by the practice of voodoo. You make the voodoo doll and stick pins in it or something like that, and that arouses or energizes these evil forces. So one has to be careful of extending it even more broadly than is legitimate from the teachings. Nevertheless, I think it's appropriate to consider that there are certain areas in the world where humans have, for example, suffered immensely, and therefore it has left its trace. I remember a Baha'i who lived in one of the islands of the Northern Marianas. I can't remember whether it was Tinian or Rota, and it is an island where many soldiers committed suicide as the American forces were advancing in the Northern Marianas. And this Baha'i told us how she would walk along the cliffs of that island and find herself moved to saying the prayer for the dead because of the association of the suffering that had occurred at that time with that atmosphere. So it wasn't a matter of anything in the teachings, wasn't a matter of any negative forces or the power of evil, rather the fact that locations have an association with them. And I think that kind of extension is valid. Yes?
My question relates to the issue of tests that
Yeah.
in your talk yesterday. And I mean, I've read this prayer for many years, where it says, "I'm prepared to endure any ordeal in thy path, and desire with all my heart and soul to meet any hardship." And then goes on to say, "Oh God, protect me from tests." The question actually is whether we read from the lives of Bani Hanum and Abdul Baha how they met hardship and ordeal with such radiant acquiescence, and yet we understand that one's spiritual growth and development is dependent on tests. So, if a person is leading a life that seems to outward perception and also to the perception of that individual as being very comfortable, very easy, very happy, does that mean that they're not being tested? Or does it mean that they've reached a level of spirituality that they meet these tests and hardships with acquiescence and joy and just kind of pass over them, like a person caught in a rip curl can either resist or can just flow through it? And if that's, I mean, whatever the answer may be, should one pray for tests, or do they just come?
It's a very complex question, this one, because it brings up all kinds of things. For a start, we are not masochistic. We're not people who enjoy suffering. We're told, as I've read several passages already, that Baha'u'llah says he desires for us a comfortable life, and he fosters moderation, and we don't seek austerities and mortification of the flesh. So we don't go out looking to suffer. At the same time, this is to be looked in conjunction with the fact that we're told in one of the passages that tests are an inevitable element of life. They will come, like it or not, and we should recognize that that's part of life. It also, another point of it, it's many different elements to it. Another point of it is that not everything is the same at all times. There are times when you feel you're not being tested, and there are other times when you feel you have more tests than you know what to do with. You know, there's an ebb and a flow and an unevenness to the events of life. And it may be that you may be in the calm before the storm when you feel as if, hey, I'm not getting tested at the moment, or it may be that you're being tested in ways that you don't recognize at the present time. So there's a number of complications as part of it. I think we are told in the prayers that we can pray for tests, but I take that to be in relation to the big picture, to recognize that tests are an inevitable part of the life, and things that I'm going through are part of a testing for which I should see the spiritual purpose and benefit. Why is this thing happening to me? why is it that every time I get into a mess, it's the same kind of thing over and over again? What is the lesson I'm supposed to learn? How am I to go through it? In other words, to look at it within context of one's spiritual growth. As far as Abdu'l-Baha and Bahia Khanum and their serenity of their lives, which certainly is certainly true, that has to be looked at in conjunction with what they went through. Abdu'l-Baha had this marvelous serenity, this marvelous insight into creation and what was going on and what was happening, but also look at Abdu'l-Baha at the time of construction of the Shrine of the Bab. He says, in quoting God Passes By, that one night he was so hemmed in by his anxiety over whether this character would sell him the land that was indispensable for the Shrine of the Bab, that he could do nothing but recite a prayer of the Bab that was in his possession basically all through the night, hundreds of times. Well, that implies a certain degree of distress. And so his serenity, his recognition of the big picture of the overall scheme of creation did not exclude periods of enormous distress. You find other examples in the life of Abdu'l-Baha where he was just beset by trials and torment and difficulties from every direction. Yet that was within context of his overall serenity about the purpose of life and the purpose of what was going on. So it has a complexity to it that cannot be reduced to one or two simple things. And one has to read more broadly and look for the unity of meaning of the various relevant passages. And you've just read one or two, but there's a whole lot more facets that have to be put together to get a unified meaning of it. Yeah.
You talked about how the
Yeah.
and how this principle and how the spiritual principle over time the spiritual powers will be manifested,
Right.
and at a certain point this pattern will be disrupted. Does that also fully apply to the administrative order and to the covenant until the next manifestation comes?
Okay. The interesting question concerning the coming of the next manifestation and concerning the fact, does the principle that I have described of the formation of the organic unit and ultimately the extinction of the organic unit and the spirit going elsewhere, does that apply to the administrative order with the coming of the next manifestation? We have very little information about the conditions associated with the coming of the next manifestation. We have an enormous amount of speculation, all of which is very interesting, but not authoritative. We do have a few authoritative statements, and one of these is an answer by the Guardian to a question that was raised about day not being followed by night. And the Guardian was asked what that meant, and the Guardian, his response, as I recall, was that what it refers to is the fact that in this dispensation it will not disintegrate into disunity as occurred with previous dispensations before the coming of the next manifestation, that there won't be a rise and then a fall of disintegration, so that unity will be preserved. That seems to imply that the institutions of the cause will continue to function, because without the institutions of the cause we won't have preservation of unity. They're designed to preserve unity. In that sense, we make the inference that these institutions will continue right up to the coming of the next manifestation. I might add that this is the kind of question that youth were inclined to ask very frequently when I was living in the United States and conducting youth sessions. And as a result, I found that I memorized where the Guardian had said that. And so I would always find an opportunity to display my superior knowledge by telling them where it was. And it's in the United States Baha'i News for January 1935. This is not a readily accessible source, so usually you could offer that reference and get out of town before anybody found out about it. So, but certainly it leads to the inference that we're not going to have a disintegration of institutions before the coming of the next manifestation. But the passage also points out that the next manifestation will be subject to rejection and test and persecution, as in the past. So we say, well, hey, now we're getting into a contradiction, and what about the House of Justice and all this kind of stuff? There you get into the realm of speculation. I have my own speculations, but they're basically worthless. But certainly those are the kinds of things we have that are authoritative on that subject. And eventually people get all worked up in a lather about it, and then we can quieten them down by saying, you won't be around at the time, don't bother. Which is a very good way of putting somebody down. Anyhow, yeah.
Thank you. I would just like to ask, after Jesus Christ, Muhammad came, is he a manifestation from God for the whole world? Because Christ said that he will return again in the spirit, the same spirit. Mm-hmm. Is this the same spirit? Is this same spirit in Muhammad or not?
I think you'll find in the Kitab-i-Iqan, in the Book of Certitude, Baha'u'llah refers to the spirit of the manifestation of God and how there is a form of return in the future manifestations of God. In that sense, yes, Muhammad represents the return of the Christ Spirit, but there is a different emphasis with each manifestation of God, just as there is with the Bab and Baha'u'llah. So the short answer is yes, it's the same Spirit returned in a different context, in a different setting, and therefore with different needs. Yeah. Yeah.
Just thinking about the indwelling Spirit of God.
Yes.
Appearing in the Baha'i houses of worship, it made me then think about the seat of the Universal House of Justice.
Mm-hmm.
And I was thinking perhaps the indwelling Spirit of God might be there as well. And then I also thought, Peter up there on stage, he's served on the Universal House of Justice. So I was just wondering, while you were serving on the Universal House of Justice, my question to myself was, I wonder if you ever felt the indwelling Spirit of God serving on that institution. And I thought it could be a different experience for each person. And if you were totally moved to tears all the time and carried away, you wouldn't get much work done because you might be weeping all the time. And you probably have to be quite pragmatic and think of the task in hand. But I was also thinking if there were any pointers, if you could answer any of those questions, getting back to the baby institutions of the LSAs, if there were any pointers that you could give to LSAs and how we could be preparing ourselves for each meetings. And I was thinking of quantity, how long do you pray for and all that kind of stuff to try and prepare for LSA meetings.
Yeah. We should make that the last question or we won't get to coffee. In preparing the series of presentations, like most other people, I had more material than I knew what to do with, and so I chopped bits out as I went along. One of the bits I chopped out in this presentation is in the latter part of it, after we did Mashriq al-Azkar. They said, there's a passage from Abdul Baha, "Know thou of a certainty that every house where the anthem of praise is raised to the realm of glory in celebration of the name of God is indeed a heavenly home and one of the gardens of delight in the paradise of God." And another place where Abdul Baha refers to having meetings of Baha'is in one's house. And he says that that house will become a house of heaven and that fabric of stone a congress of the Spirit. There's yet another place where it says, when a company of people shall gather in a meeting place, engage in glorifying God, speak with one another of the mysteries of God, the breathings of the Holy Spirit will blow upon them. And the point is that whenever we praise God, whenever we worship God, whenever we gather in a location for a divinely endowed spiritual purpose, the Spirit is attracted and the area is sanctified. And that applies broadly. It doesn't simply apply to the seat of the House of Justice or to any other place. It applies rather to the location where the Spirit is glorified. And in the case of the Universal House of Justice, its powers and functions are not restricted to the building in which it commonly meets. It meets in all kinds of places. Maybe meet at Baji or whatever, as the need arises and the Spirit is associated with it. Let me make 2 points and then we'll stop. The next point I want to make is simply the fact that those of us who have served on the Universal House of Justice are very conscious of the sanctity of the location where the House of Justice gathers, whether it's in somebody's office or whether it's in our council chamber where the House of Justice commonly meets or whatever. We would realise that there was a sense of occasion, a sense of significance to the meeting of the House of Justice, and we would conduct ourselves appropriately, knowing that we are in the presence of a mysterious spirit beyond ourselves. We're conscious of this, not to the extent of being paralysed from carrying out our function, but being aware that it was a very, very special place, a special occasion, and required a special degree of behaviour. This did not mean that we were not relaxed with each other. The House of Justice functioning is one that includes quite a lot of hard work, but it's done in a spirit of joy and happiness and being very pleased with each other's presence. I noticed that sometimes, very rarely, not very often, once in a blue moon, House of Justice would finish its agenda before the end of meeting time. Meeting time is supposed to end at 5:30, and sometimes it would be 4:45 or 10:05, and the agenda would be finished. And what I notice is that when that occurs, the members would tend to just sit back and chat with each other. There was no anxiety to have to leave and get away to one's own self. We just enjoyed each other's presence and enjoyed each other's company, whether it was for formal or informal occasions, and that was the character of the meeting. And there were moments of lightheartedness and things that were said of a lighthearted nature within the context of the consultation, but was within the ever-present awareness of the special nature of it. Finally, and at the end of it, I want to tell you of a very strange experience that Janet and I had when we were living in the state of Michigan. We lived in a place called Ypsilanti, Michigan, and we had a house which we moved into after living in an apartment. It was a reasonably small house, and we didn't have much money, so it had very little furniture. And it was fine, we survived, and it was okay. And we had a few things on the wall, but we also had a poinsettia little plant, which we had in the living room, and in order to have something to decorate it. And like all the plants we would buy from time to time, it would sooner or later die. Largely because we were basically incompetent at keeping the thing alive, and partly because we were busy. So we'd get this poinsettia plant, and it would limp along for a while, and obviously it would develop a certain resentment that it wasn't being watered, and eventually it would give up and die. During the course of this, my parents came to visit us, I think in 1972, and stayed with us for a couple of weeks, I guess. And we'd rush off to work early in the morning, because we were both working at the University of Michigan, about 10 miles away, and leave my folks to get their own breakfast and get themselves organised. We'd come back after work and do things with them in the evening. My father was very much from, those who knew my father, very much from the Asian tradition, in the sense that he devoted several hours of the day to prayer. And so after they had their breakfast, my father would go to this front living room of our little house and he'd say his prayers. Or you and I would say our prayers and that's it. He would say his prayers and it went on for a very long period. And he did this each day and they enjoyed being in our place and everything was fine. The point of my story is that this poor old poinsettia plant was in the living room with my father when he was saying the prayers each day. And to our astonishment, it was kind of spooky. In fact, this poinsettia plant responded by going crazy. It developed itself, new branches, new leaves, better colour, grew quite large. And it wasn't as if we were remembering to water it and forgetting at other times. It was just sitting there being treated the same terrible ways we treat any other poinsettia plant. The only thing we could see different was the fact that these prayers for several hours of the day were being recited in that room, and we came to the conclusion that these prayers were creating a spiritual atmosphere, simply the result of which was the good old poinsettia responded to that and did its thing and grew in a very wonderful way. So to us it was a confirmation of what Abdu'l-Baha says about a home in which God is glorified and prayers are offered and spiritual activities are occurring, that the very atmosphere of it is affected. At the same time, this is a very inadequate proof. It could be simply that my folks were watering the thing surreptitiously, or it could be that the air in the room was being disturbed during the day and that was beneficial to the poinsettia. There are all kinds of other reasons, but it was something that remains in our memory as a very strange and interesting thing. Thank you very much.